Brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome into Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710 and seattlesports.com. It's Dave Wyman here. I got Brady Henderson in studio. He's going to take us a couple of hours into the show, and we'll sit here and talk a lot about what we saw out at Seahawk minicamp. How you doing, Brady?
Oh, I'm doing great, Dave. First round of the U.S. Open. The Seahawks minicamp is over, so school is like almost out for summer for me. Not totally like that, but yeah, I'm getting ready to go on vacation. Got to go see my girlfriend tonight. Life is good.
Oh, nice. All right, we got Brady in a good mood.
How are you doing?
He's always in a good mood. I'm doing great, man. I loved being out at camp, and we're going to talk a lot about that. We'll also Mike Lefkoe's going to step in at 4:00, and we're going to certainly try to figure out what in the hell's going on with the Mariners right now. That's the one bummer there, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it was really cool being out there this week. And by the way, before we get too far into it, Bryan Walters he's on the pre and post game show for the Seahawks. He's going to step in at 3:30. We're going to talk to him a little bit about what he saw out there at practice, and then Paul Moyer at 4:00, and then at 5:00 we got the Raleigh Show. So everybody looking forward to that. But yeah, it was kind of a different feel out there, Brady, and I think we noticed that out at Seahawk camp last year, that the one thing that stands out to me is how much they do out on the field. And I actually heard from somebody out with the Seahawks, I can't remember who told me this, but that they were comparing last year's camp and I think Pete's last year. There was some I think it was like 24 hours more on the field than they were in the film rooms, or just more in total out on the field. And that's the thing that you see is a lot of teaching. And I remember when John was looking for a head coach, I remember talking to him, and he mentioned that. He's like, we want teachers. And that was one of the reasons why they kept Carl Scott. Carl Scott, one of the defensive back coaches, I think he's the passing game coordinator on defense. He just is, he's an amazing, like, that guy can just sit out there and spit out words, and he's just a teacher. And you saw a lot of that a lot of times with John Benton. He's out there constantly on the field. No, do that again. Pete was more of a rep guy, Pete Carroll, and that's just two different mindsets. And, it doesn't mean one's better than the other. But what stood out to me was just how Mike McDonald and his staff, they're going to do everything out on the field. And, if they get something wrong, they're going to go back and walk through it. And you just saw a lot of that. John Benton, he's most commonly heard saying, that's not it.
Yep.
That's not it. That's not close. So, yeah, I thought it made sense to me. But it's different. But I don't know. It seems to be pretty effective.
Yeah, and speaking of John Benton, I have described him as the guy that you would cast in a football movie if you needed an offensive line coach to play a prominent role in the movie. You would cast John Benton just because he is everything you imagine an offensive lineman to be. Gruff, he's massive, he's kind of surly. And, yeah, I've spent, a few minutes at a few different practices just kind of posted up near the offensive lineman. And you do hear him teach, and he's demanding. And I think that is one kind of common thread about this coaching staff, and McDonald in particular, is they're not like lighting guys up every 5 minutes, but they are demanding. And if somebody's not doing something right, they're gonna have them do it over again. And I heard the same thing you heard. I heard it secondhand about how many more reps they got. And this was last year, about how many more reps they got on the field compared to the year before under Pete Carroll. And I don't know this exactly, but I imagine that, when you're in that setting, you have a certain allotted time that you can't go over, and you either spend that time on the field or in the meeting room. And I wonder if maybe Carroll, one of his, I think, really biggest strengths was connecting with players. And I think maybe he might have spent more time kind of in those big, team meetings, maybe trying to make a presentation or make a point to the players. And I wonder if maybe McDonald has decided to use more of that time on the field. And, the practices they had last couple days, the 2 minicamp practices, I mean, they were 3 solid, 3-hour practices.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if that is, and I don't remember the Carroll minicamp practices being nearly that long. And I just wonder if the kind of mindset is, now you need that time on the field. As important as those, team bonding and meeting room, times are, you need those reps on the field, especially this time of the year.
Yeah, and before we get into this, because I think you just mentioned it, Brady, I probably did the same thing. I spent a lot of time down watching the offensive line and those guys and what stood out there. But were there any specific players or position groups in general that just stood out to you?
Well, some I think are easier to evaluate than others, and I would say that I would preface all of this by saying that no position group is truly easy to evaluate this time of the year because, as you know, they're not playing real football. It's more real than it was, a few weeks ago when they were just, not really lining up across from each other. So that was one of the big differences in this most recent part of the offseason is that they could do the 7-on-7, 11-on-11 things, but there's still no contact. And so, for instance, you might see, or you often see, pass catchers really stand out because they're catching passes that defensive backs aren't truly contesting because it's no contact. So with that as the caveat, some of the pass catchers stood out. Elijah Arroyo looks really good, and you can really feel the size and the speed. And some guys, they might be big and they might be fast on paper. They might have a fast 40 time, but you don't really see it when it comes time to play football. And for whatever reason, a guy might run a 4.5 40, and you just never really see 4.5 speed on the field. But with Arroyo, he was a 4.5 2 guy is what they sort of estimated based on his GPS times, and he very much looks like a 4.5.
Speed shows
guy.
up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But again, he's I think primarily going to be a pass catcher when you play tight end in Clint Kubiak's offense. When you play for a defensive-minded head coach like Mike McDonald that wants to run the ball, he's also going to have to block too. So again, that's why you always kind of reserve judgment, or you kind of take everything you see this time of the year with a grain of salt, knowing that it's going to get a lot more real when training camp comes and the pads come on.
Yeah, I think to me the one position group stood out just because maybe I just want to will it into existence is the tight ends. I would love to see them develop a guy, and Arroyo is very interesting, and I've kind of almost left George Fant out when he is really a good pass catcher. He's a good route runner.
Noah Fant.
I'm sorry. What I say, George?
George
yeah.
Fant. Former tight end himself.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Noah Fant, I thought, we haven't really talked that much about him, but he's really a good, accomplished player. But A.J. Barner, he did a good job blocking last year. And then, he had 4 touchdowns and, he had some production, but he had a little goal line or red zone drill where he caught 3 touchdowns. And he just has that kind of slippery way of it's always an interesting position to me because the guys that are really good at it, like even going back to Gronk, it's not like he was that fast. Mm-hmm. Okay, he was big, but he wasn't that big, and same thing with Kelsey and Kittle, and it's just kind of a style of play, and you have to be able to block. And I just think this offense with some of the wide zone stuff and some of the play action and everything is going to get tight ends open. So, and it's also an easy throw for your quarterback. Mm-hmm. So I just think that if that's always like an option for Sam Darnold, it's going to be an effective offense. But yeah, that was the one position that kind of stood out to me. And I'm like I said, I really want Barner to be a good player, but that doesn't mean I'm, saying he's better than he is. I think he's going to come out his second year and really, you see guys pop in that second year. The offensive line where you and I were both kind of standing and watching, I think it's going to be really interesting. One of the things that, we saw some drills, and I mentioned this a few weeks ago, that I saw a lot of drills out there that I'd never seen before, and one of them was offensive linemen recovering fumbles.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, I just, you never, because a lot of times offensive linemen will dive on balls and like jump on top of it and the ball comes squirting
squirts
out. Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to kind of slide up next to it, and there's a technique and a way of doing that. And, I guess you're preparing for something that you really don't want to happen. We don't want to fumble the ball, but it's going to happen.
Yeah.
So why not teach your offensive linemen? I mean, there's 5 of them out there.
Yeah.
So the opportunity that one of those guys is going to possibly recover a fumble is pretty high. So I thought that was interesting. And then just watching how they're practicing on the wide zone blocking and how those guys are just having to sprint. I mean, you got to be an athlete. You got to be an athlete. You can't be a big guy. And I think, one of the guys that I've been really paying a lot of attention to is Bradford.
Anthony Bradford,
Yeah, because I just think he has all of the tools. He just needs the makeup. And but I asked somebody, like, can he block in this scheme? And he said, absolutely, he can.
Yeah.
So, no physical problems or anything there, but it's kind of fascinating to me because, number one, as a linebacker, when they get the run game going and everything's going sideways, it just makes the gaps bigger. And a lot of the run plays finished out by the numbers. And, I know they'll have an inside running game, no question, but that just puts a lot of strain, I think, on especially the second level guys. And to me, the O-line work that they were doing, and as you mentioned, the attention to detail is really showing up.
Yeah, Bradford, I think he's in an interesting spot here because when they hired Clint Kubiak, knowing that that system has always been big on outside zone runs, and as you said, that outside zone blocking scheme, it really prioritizes, or it really is, it's easier for linemen who are more on the quicker, agile side than it is for those big, lumbering, road grader type offensive linemen. And so when they hired Clint Kubiak, I think myself and a lot of people probably assumed, okay, that's probably not great news for Anthony Bradford, a guy who has started, quite a few games at that spot at right guard over the last couple seasons, but he is that big, powerful guy who is probably better suited for, a different style of run game. But guess who's taken the majority of the first team reps at right guard, or at least over the 5 practices that we were allowed to see between the 3 OTAs and the 2 minicamp practices? It was Anthony Bradford and Christian Haynes. And I wouldn't say, and Mike McDonald, I asked him this yesterday, and he said it's not necessarily a 2-man race. I think there's an opportunity for Satawa Laumea, who, of course, started the final, 6 games there last season, to get involved in that mix. Maybe even Bryce Cable-Dew, their 6th-round pick. But right now, it's Bradford and Haynes. And, the interesting thing about Bradford is I sort of noticed this yesterday. I was just kind of happened to be by the offensive lineman when those guys walked by. I was closer to him than you and I are right now. And I thought, he maybe doesn't look quite as – he's still a humongous guy, but maybe doesn't look quite as big as he did last season. And lo and behold, Mike McDonald tells us after practice yesterday that he really has done a nice job on, I think the phrase he used was his body composition. So I took that to mean, he showed up in a little bit better shape than he was in the last couple seasons. And I imagine that is a reflection of A, he's kind of in make or break time right now, and B, he's got to get ready to play in an offense that's really going to need him to be more agile.
This is his 3rd year, right?
His 3rd year, yep, that's correct.
Yeah, he has all the tools, but it just seems like a lot of. You saw last year, you'd see him just wipe out an entire side of the line, and then you'd see him whiff on a block or almost forget, kind of. I mean, it was maybe a concentration thing. I just think he would be the most attractive one there, a candidate. But the thing I like about that is there's 3 for 1 spot. And you mentioned Laumea could be a possibility there, and then Bradford and Haynes. So that's and then that leaves us the center because, you got your 2 tackles that I'm hoping that Lucas is going to stay healthy. You got Charles Cross, of course, and then Gray Zabel's going to start, right?
Yeah.
So, and then you got 3 guys for 1 spot at guard. But I'm concerned about center because Oluwatimi, first of all, that's really all he plays, right? Did he take reps, did you see, at guard at all? Or was it strictly
I have not
center?
Really. Maybe there's some, but it hasn't been a whole lot. Yeah, he's at least over these 5 practices we saw, he was at center.
Yeah, I'm curious about that because I had somebody tell me yesterday that, if you can't play multiple positions, then you're probably not going to make the team. Oluwatimi they haven't really had him do that. So I'm curious to see. I feel like it's almost make or break for him. And then there's the Jalen Sundell kid, who is the free agent out of North Dakota State last year, and they really like him. So that's going to be maybe the pivotal one. But that's the one I worry about the most, because, like you said, you get 3 kind of locked down there, at least what we think, and then you got 3 players for one of the other positions, and now they're center. And I was watching some wide zone stuff. We talked about this yesterday, and just looking at some of the stuff that New Orleans would run, and Max Unger, when they showed some of that, he was so good at that position, and he was so good at like hooking guys and the mobility and everything. That center position is really, it's pivotal. So that's the one I think area I worry about the most. Not guard, not the other guard.
Yeah, and I think it was on the midday show when right after they hired Clint Kubiak. I think it was either, if I'm mistaken on this, I apologize, but I believe it was Bump and Stacy asked him, what really makes the outside zone scheme go, or what's most important, something along those lines, and he said it starts with having an elite center. So that was probably one position where people maybe hoped or expected the Seahawks to address or to try to find an upgrade in, either in free agency or the draft. I don't think there was I don't think that they viewed there being a lot of really great upgrade options available in the draft. And so they're going to go with, either Oluwatimi or Jalen Sundell, let those guys battle it out. But what's interesting is that you might have an offensive line, for all the attention that's been on the offensive line for however many years, but, especially this offseason. They might run out a starting 5 that really only has one change from the end of last season, or I guess it would be, maybe 2 changes, but, Gray Zabel in at left guard for Laken Tomlinson. And then, if Lauamea ends up winning that starting job at right guard, it would only be 1. So either 1 or 2. I think that what that speaks to is the idea that the improvement from that group, there has to be more than just the 1 or 2 personnel upgrades. And I think they're counting on the scheme itself really, helping that group out in ways that Ryan Grubb's offense and Ryan Grubb's play calling did not. And, they will tell you that, part of the reason their offensive line struggled last season was because Grubb's offense didn't really do them any favors in terms of, the fact that they didn't really run the ball all that much. And when you sit back there and you throw the ball as often as they did, that kind of allows defenses to tee off on your quarterback.
Right.
And especially when you do it out of all the shotgun that they ran. I mean, over the first, half of the season, before I think Mike McDonald put his foot down and said, Ryan, you have to stop operating out of the shotgun all the time. Before the bye, I mean, they were one of the highest percentage shotgun offenses in the NFL. And I think they would tell you that when your quarterback is just sitting there in shotgun, and you are already a very pass-heavy offense, then you're sort of taking quite a bit of the guessing game out of it for pass rushers who don't really have to honor the run they would in a way that they would if you were a more balanced offense that was, more under center. And so, that's just part of it. But I think the point there is that the improvement that their offensive line, that they want that group to make this season, they're counting on it happening beyond just the 1 or 2 personnel upgrades or personnel changes that they have in there. They're counting on the scheme itself helping that group out a lot.
Hey, real quick, before we get to take 2, Mike McDonald just talks a little bit in cut number 1 about where he feels the offense is right now.
I think right where they need to be. It's tough to assess right now. It really is. It's going to come to life when you can separate the defense. We're falling forward on some of these runs, and all of a sudden it's 2nd and 4 rather than, hey, we're just kind of, okay, it looks like a soft spot right there, or we broke a tackle. That's where it really comes to life, when you're wearing defenses down, and then here comes the actions and the movements that you have to honor the run game. So I think we'll have a better feel a couple weeks into training camp, and at that point you're going to start making decisions on narrowing down schematically of where we want to kind of center our focus, both personnel wise, and you can't be doing everything all the time, so you're going to have to make some decisions as camp starts to unfold.
Well, I know one of the things about Mike McDonald is whenever we talk about the run game or the offense, he talks about we got to get in pads. I mean, he's very old school that way, and he's he's just one of those types that would like to see it with full speed practice, full contact, everything, and you're not going to really figure anything out about your offensive line or your run game until you get in pads. Hey, if you missed any of our show or just want to go watch things again, check out our Wyman and Bob channel on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and search for Seattle Sports on all social media platforms to find segments like our conversations with Seahawk players, Mariners, and much more. All right, let's take two.
Well, some good news to the Mariners offense. Luke Raley will begin a rehab assignment tonight in Tacoma. He's been out since April 27th, and then, if you remember that strange kind of injury, he hurt himself during batting practice. Brady, we talk about obliques a lot, and Dave likes to say he never had to worry about that. He didn't have one, but he's been out with an oblique injury.
I didn't have either. No low. We had a guy named Roy Hart who was he was a nose guard. Remember, he called it a low bleep. I hurt my low bleep. But, that was it was the weirdest. I don't know if you saw the Luke Raley where he was out taking batting practice. It looked like somebody shot him. And usually with an oblique, you just kind of like, you're a little bit sore. And that one was pretty bad. But if you look at Luke Raley, man, I mean, that's one of the things that they're looking at. They want power and production from the corner infield spots. Mike and I talked about that yesterday. And he's a guy that hit 243 last year, and he's also a guy that looks like he might be able to play tight end for the Seahawks.
Yeah, he's a big-looking guy. I didn't see the Luke Raley injury, but I did see Ken Walker III injure his oblique in a game. I think it was a year or two ago in Los Angeles against the Rams, and kind of the same thing you were describing there. He's just running through the hole, and all of a sudden he sort of cringes and he grabs his side. So I don't know exactly what an oblique is. I kind of know the general area, and I can imagine that it's very painful just based on the reactions that you see when players injure that part of their body.
I didn't have that muscle, so if you don't have it, you can't pull it.
That's right.
Yeah.
What does John Daly say? You can't pull fat? Was that him that said? Somebody said that.
I believe he did. I believe he did say that.
I think Matt was telling you guys to move on. So we'll go to something that, Brady, we're solely doing for you. We never talk about golf on this show, but it's the first round of the U.S. Open. Brady Henderson, noted golf enthusiast. So American J.J. Spaun is tied for first with Sungjae Im. Both are 4 under. Spaun is done for the day. And then I think maybe kind of the biggest names you would have heard about. Brooks Koepka tied for 13th. He's even right now.
Seems like golf's making a comeback, man. Like, people know who the top guys are. I mean, it seemed to me anyway, because I don't pay that much attention to golf, but like it was a lot of, Tiger Woods, and then there was kind of a lull there. And now guys like you, I know Moyer's all fired up about it. B-Walt, Bump. I mean, everybody's paying attention to golf.
Yeah, I really got into it, 15 or so years ago after I graduated from college, but I think a lot of people really got into it during the pandemic because that was one of the few things that, you could do. Golf courses were, they opened up a lot earlier than a lot of other things, and it was an activity you could do outside without, it was considered safer. And so a lot of, I can just tell when you go to the driving range at Interbay Golf Course in Seattle at 5 o'clock on a weekday, in April, like you're gonna have a hard time finding a spot, that's just, and it was not like that 5-6 years ago. And so there is kind of a downside to that where you get on the golf course now and I'm gonna sound like the oldest guy right now, like get off my lawn, but it's just a lot of knuckleheads out there who don't really, like, they picked up golf but they never really learned the decorum, and so they're blasting their crappy music and all that, but
picking up your golf ball and things like that.
Yeah, it's really the music. And again, I don't mean to sound like just the old fart here, but turn your music down on a golf course. You can listen to music without subjecting person on the next hole to your music. So
this is why we have Brady on the show.
Yeah,
he's fitting in well with the theme of this show.
Really well.
Old angry men complaining.
Yeah, that's right. Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Coming up, the Seahawks might have one hurdle still to deal with when it comes to their rookie class. We'll break that down. That's up next. You're listening to Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
What have you been hearing about this new Seahawks offense, Brock?
Just the entire group, Saul. They're fit. And this isn't just the eyeball test. And this isn't just, I'm in the best shape of my life, right? They wear the catapult systems. They spend all the money and all the resources. And they know. And this team has been is diligent in their work over the last 3 months as any team here that they can remember.
Every day at 7:45, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Hey, it's Ryan Roland Smith for Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. I dropped 30 pounds and honestly, I feel amazing and it has been so easy to keep off. But I didn't want to just lose weight. I wanted to be in the best shape of my life. Look, I'm in way better shape than what I was even when I was playing. I've lost all that visceral fat, which is super crucial long term, and now I'm sleeping better. I've got way more energy, and I'm actually maintaining the results. I'm not guessing anymore when it comes to diet. I finally understand my body. The meals are simple, I'm never hungry, and they fit into my lifestyle. And yeah, now that I've dropped the body fat, I can still enjoy an Aussie meat pie on the weekend, and I'm not stressed about it. After speaking with Dr. Coogan, it all made perfect sense. Yes, it was going to take some discipline, but trust me, the results were well worth it. So if you're ready to take control and feel like your best self, go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com and book a 15-minute consultation. It changed everything for me, and it can for you too.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Emerald Queen Casino Event Center presents the main event. Powered by WFC, Saturday night, June 14th. A night of professional boxing where champions are made and every punch counts. Contenders from the region go toe-to-toe, ready to prove they belong at the top. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss Fight Night, June 14th at Emerald Queen Casino, the boxing capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
It's the Graz here for my friends at Premier Golf. Take advantage of early sunrise and late sunset at the 11 different Premier courses today. From Bellingham, Everett, and Marysville to Linwood, Bellevue, and Seattle, even out on the coast, they've got a course near you. Play Inner Bay or Jackson, Bill Wright or West Seattle, Bellevue, Legion Memorial, Walter Hall, Linwood, Cedar Crest, Lake Patton, and even Ocean Shores. Courses are in great shape and ready for your next round. Visit PremierGolfCenters.com, that's PremierGolfCenters.com, and book your tee time today.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Calling all contractors and equipment operators. The James G. Murphy Auction Company rolls out this month one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the block, find an incredible collection of heavy equipment, contractors' equipment, and vehicles, like a 2004 John Deere 400C rock truck, a 2010 John Deere 450D LC excavator, a 2001 John Deere 650H LT dozer, and a 2014 Kenworth T800. In contractors' equipment, we have attachments, live edge and dimensional lumber, contractor tools, even a wheel wash system, and much more up for bid. Whether you're building roads, moving earth, or running a construction outfit, we got what you need. Bidding is underway now and closes at 10 a.m. June 19th. Preview all items June 17th and 18th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our location in Marysville, 3803 136th Street Northeast. For pictures and details of all items, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Welcome back to Wyman and Bob. We got Brady Henderson sitting in today, and it's a good thing you're here for this. This is right up your alley here, Brady. This story, Shamar Stewart from the Bengals. He has was he the number 17 pick, or was he?
Yeah, he was middle of the first round.
Yeah, he has a contract dispute, and it's kind of become a little bit of a disaster. He left minicamp, and because he didn't get a deal done. And first of all, I think the one thing that stands out is it just seems like the Bengals, the way they do business, tends to irritate people.
It does.
Players specifically.
Yep, it sure does.
I mean, they have the Hendrickson thing going on as well. Guy has 17 and a half sacks twice in a row, and he doesn't get a contract. So, yeah, kind of interesting there. But, yeah, what did you take away from that? And, as far as, how that might affect the rest of, how the rest of the draft, signs their contracts. I mean, first round, isn't it supposed to be all worked out, right?
Yeah.
For the most part?
Yeah,
guaranteed.
you don't see it. The contract disputes for draft picks, remember, those used to be somewhat common, and now since the two CBAs ago, the fact that all of the rookie contracts were slotted, it really eliminated a lot of the drama. But you still get some of them. I mean, the Seahawks have 2 draft picks that are unsigned right now. Not a huge deal. It'll all get worked out. But this is kind of a rare first-round pick holdout. You still get these every now and again. And, so what we know about this is that it is, I'm reading the story from my colleague, Ben Baby at ESPN, who covers the Bengals. He said, according to a source, the dispute is centered around interpretation of language in the contract that could affect guaranteed money. So another story I wrote, the way that they worded it, it said that the Bengals were trying to introduce language into the contract that would, that could allow them to potentially void future guarantees. And this apparently is something that they did not do with, their 2 most recent first-round picks before this. And so this is something they're kind of contract language that they're trying to now introduce to, in some way protect themselves, being the organization. And so, we don't really know their side of it, but I think it's fair to say that the Bengals have a long enough history of being, frankly, a really cheap organization and not the most well-run organization that probably not an organization that is going to get the benefit of the doubt from a lot of people. And, Shamar Stewart is holding firm. And, he has not participated in any of the team's offseason workouts. A lot of times what happens is, and this is what's happening with Nick Emmanwori and Elijah Arroyo, the Seahawks 2 second-round picks who are still unsigned, is players, a lot of times you'll see them practice either during rookie minicamp or even, you see that happen a lot. But even if the contract is still not signed when you get into OTAs and minicamp, they will practice because the team has basically signed. It's essentially a written promise that even if the player gets hurt without having signed his rookie contract, the team will still negotiate that contract in good faith as if the player were healthy. So it's basically a promise that if you get hurt, it's not going to affect any of the money that you're going to make on the next contract. But in this case, Shamar Stewart, I don't know if the Bengals offered him that, but he is not practicing. And so, on Thursday, he actually left, he left the facility, left the mandatory minicamp. So it's getting pretty serious there.
That's tough for a rookie coming in. I mean, to hold out. I mean, there's going to be guys that resent him.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's always a tough deal. So the Emmanwori part of it, is that any concern? Do you think that, he doesn't have a contract? I feel like, number one, the answer is no. I mean, I'm asking you, but because John Schneider's always his way of doing business, because look, there's only so many, things that you can do, and they have the rules with the salary cap and the draft and everything. And, but I just feel like John Schneider has always been able to avoid those situations. And I guess I'd go back to, was it Dwayne Brown? Remember, Dwayne Brown didn't have a contract, and I think he showed up, right? He could have held in. I think there was something going on there, but they told him, we're going to get your contract done. And so he came to camp, and the reason why is because he trusted them, and he knew that that's what they were going to do. And I feel like John has always done a good enough job. So the thing about Emmanwori is, I don't think that that's going to be a big problem. Do you agree with that? Or he hasn't signed a contract yet, right?
He has not. Yeah. So, and I agree with you. I don't think this is a huge deal. I mean, it's still interesting for people who are into kind of how the contract side, the business side of the NFL works. So Elijah Arroyo and Nick Emmanwori are the only two Seahawks draft picks who remain unsigned. What I believe to be happening is this. So Nick Emmanwori was the 35th overall pick, right? So he was the third pick of the second round. The guy drafted one spot before him, the receiver from Iowa State named Jaden Higgins, got his entire contract fully guaranteed by the Houston Texans. And I believe how it works is, so right now, first round picks, their contracts are fully guaranteed. And then when you get into the second round, they're not fully guaranteed, but they're, depending on where you were picked in the second round, sort of goes like I think typically the lower you are or the higher you are in the round. So the closer you are to the, first pick of that second round, the more of that fourth year of your contract is going to be guaranteed. So I don't know this for a fact, but I am fairly confident that the hang up with Emmanwori is that he wants, because the guy right in front of him, the guy who got drafted one pick ahead of him, got his contract fully guaranteed. I am guessing that Emmanwori wants more of that fourth year guaranteed than what the Seahawks have offered him. And look, teams certainly don't like to be the ones to be the first to break that precedent. And they probably don't want to be the ones to kind of go along with that precedent either. So the Seahawks, I'm sure, want to hold firm and not fully guarantee, or maybe not guarantee as much of that fourth year as Emmanwori wants. But you're really talking about guaranteeing what, $700,000-$800,000, and I imagine that there's going to be some middle ground that they will find. But regardless, the situation is clearly not so acrimonious that Emmanwori is deciding not to practice. I mean, he's out there. Right. Same with Elijah Arroyo. And I would imagine that Arroyo's situation is probably that the Emmanwori is probably hanging up Arroyo's contract and a lot of other second-round picks who are still unsigned, is because those guys are waiting to see, like the guys who were taken after Emmanwori at 35, those guys are also probably wanting to see what percentage of his contract is guaranteed, because then, the next guy who's still unsigned is going to want to base his negotiation off of that number.
How much of it do you think? I mean, these guys don't seem terribly worried about it because they're out at practice and everything. Yep. How much of it do you think is the style of how, like John Schneider, the way they're approached, and the things that he says to them? Because I just remember Dwayne Brown was a very no-nonsense guy. I remember when he came here, he had problems with the Houston Texans, and that was something that he I think ownership rubbed him the wrong way, and then who he was dealing with, the GM at that time, which I can't remember, he was just irritated by that. And I felt like from talking to him, it was like a tremendous sense of relief. Like, I'm dealing with somebody who I actually trust, and that's John Schneider. And how much do you think of it as just the style and the way that John treats players and talks to them?
Yeah, I think that's probably a big part of it, is treating guys with respect and being upfront and open with them from the jump. And I imagine that a lot of contract situations go awry because the player feels like, and the agent feel like, a promise was not kept. And, just look at the fact that the Seahawks, okay, so think of all of the players, over the last 10 plus years that they've traded for. Mm-hmm. Not once since Percy Harvin have they given one of those guys a new contract right away. Their whole thought is, they want to see that player. They want to make sure he's a great fit on the team, great fit culture-wise. They want to make that player sort of earn that deal among his peers so that there isn't like the resentment that, was created when the Seahawks traded for Percy Harvin, gave him a record-setting contract right away. But that only happens when you're upfront with the player about that ahead of time and say, hey, man, I imagine the conversation going something like this, that say, hey, we're interested in trading for you, but that's under the condition that you come in and play, you play this year or play this half season in the case of some guys on your current contract, and then we'll revisit it after the season. And so your player may not like that, but at least the organization is being upfront with them and the expectation is clear right away, and you don't get situations where the player and the agent feel like, they like a promise wasn't kept.
Well, Nick Emmanwori seems perfectly comfortable because yesterday we heard that Mike McDonald was complaining that he was coming into his office too often.
Yeah, right.
In a joking way. He's like, hey, I told him to knock on the door at least. So sounds like he's just running in and out of Mike's office. He's perfectly comfortable there. And I know it's all about dollars and cents, but I mean, I think the trust part of it, this guy isn't going to try to screw me over, and he's doing things up front, and the things that he says, I think those make a huge difference. John's a huge part of that. All right, coming up, contract decisions will define this Seahawk offseason and set the tone for the future of the franchise. We'll explain that. That's up next. You're listening to Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. It's Wyman and Bob with Brady Henderson.
Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10.
We had a lot of baseball to talk with Jeff Passan today.
This is now a 29-game stretch where we're 11-18. Who are these Mariners on June 10th?
They're the team that at the beginning of the season we thought they were going to be and that they can't hit. Like, if Cal Raleigh is not in this lineup right now, I mean, I don't even know. They would look like the Rockies.
Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
You're losing your hair, and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates demonstrates honesty and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GREEN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Welcome back to Wyman and Bob. It's Brady Henderson and Dave Wyman, and perfect guy to have in here for this discussion, Brady. Just looking at that 2022 draft class, just going back to that was the Russ year. That was the Russ Hall part of it. You
Part
got
of it, yep.
Charles Cross and Boye Mafe.
Yep, I believe they were 2 of the picks that they got from that massive haul of picks that they got from the Wilson Denver trade. Yep.
Yeah, and we had Boye Mafe on the show the other day, and it's just amazing watching him grow up and just become like a pro. You know, just the way he talks and expresses himself and everything. But then also just watching his play, I thought he was going to take off and have like a just a superstar type of. He had a good year last year, no question about that. But I thought he was going to be one of those guys that had double-digit sacks and everything, and maybe he'll be that guy this year. But I feel like of all the pass rushers that they have, he's maybe the most complete. I mean, I think Uchenna and Derek Hall are really, as far as the edge goes, those guys are really good power guys. But Boye Mafe kind of has it all. But you look at that draft choice or that draft class in 2022, and Charles Cross, they're gonna pick up his fifth-year option. But what about some of these other guys here? Who has the most pressure on them? Do you think of this whole group?
I don't know if there's one guy, because I think a lot of those guys are maybe in a similar position of a lot of those guys probably playing for their next contract. And I don't know. I mean, okay, so let's kind of reset the scene here. So this was the 2022 draft class.
Yeah.
And because these guys have now played 3 seasons in the NFL, they're now eligible for extension. So that's the deal. When you're a draft pick, you got to play 3 seasons before the team can extend your contract. So this was the year the Seahawks took Charles Cross, 9th overall. They took Boye Mafe and Ken Walker III in the 2nd round. They also got Abe Lucas in the 3rd round, Reek Woolen in the 5th round. And
Kobe was in the 4th.
Kobe Bryant was in the 4th round. Yeah. So, and I think, Derek Young, Will Melton were some other guys they drafted, but those other guys were the guys you're talking about now who are now eligible for extensions. Cross, as you mentioned, he got his 5th-year option picked up. So he is, unlike those other guys, he's now signed for the next 2 seasons. Now, you could still give him an extension this offseason, and I imagine that they're going to try to do that. But he's in a little bit different position than those other guys, because those other guys are, only have the final year left on their rookie contract, and they are, going to become free agents next offseason unless the Seahawks extend them right away. So I think Cross is the no-brainer guy that they should try to extend. I think there's a case to be made for some of those other guys. I think there's also a case to be made that, you could let those guys play out the final year of their contracts and then go from there, because I think with some of those guys, there's still some questions that you want to answer. Now, it wouldn't surprise me if they extended Boye Mafe this offseason. He's probably the one guy. And then it also wouldn't shock me, and I don't know that they've been working on this, I'm not reporting this, but I think there's an interesting case to be made that they should try to extend Abe Lucas this offseason. There's an obvious case that they should wait, which is that, the knee has been problematic enough to where, I think it would make sense to make sure that he can stay healthy for a full season. And that's been kind of my thought for a while, but, I'll give credit to Brian Nemhauser and Curtis Crabtree, because we've had this conversation kind of on the sidelines, during practice or before it, that, what if they kind of took a leap of faith, and knowing that the price right now to to extend Abe Lucas would be a lot less than it would be if he stays healthy, has a great year, plays like he did in 2022. So you're sort of taking that risk in order to, get him signed at a lower number. And again, that's like that would be something of a risk, because the knee injury has really hampered him the last couple of seasons.
I think that would be maybe the most exciting thing that's happened with Abe Lucas, because that means that they trust. And you know how they're sticklers on the medical part of it.
Yeah.
I mean, that would indicate that they're very, very confident that his knee is good, right? And I think Abe Lucas could be the best player in that entire draft. Just watching him when he was his rookie year, and then when he came back last year, but it's always had that specter, of injury that you're like, my God, what, this guy may not even be able to play at all, and it was just like, it was very worrisome for a while. So if they did do that, it would just indicate that, right, that they are entirely convinced that his medical is fine.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and that they are going to know as much as there is to know about the knee injury, other than, I guess you can't totally predict exactly how he's going to hold up, but they probably would have something of an idea just based on all the medical information they have on it, based on the feedback that Abe Lucas is giving them. Lucas has apparently been saying behind the scenes that he feels really, really good.
Yeah.
And I think it's also noteworthy that, again, of the 5 practices that we've been out there, the 3 OTAs and the 2 minicamp practices, he has not looked limited at all. He hasn't gotten a vet day. Again, from what we've seen, hasn't been one of those guys that gets a vet day. Doesn't look like they're limiting his reps. He's been out there doing everything, moving fine, moving like, Abe Lucas moves. And so I think that, with all that said, it sort of becomes maybe a more interesting conversation than at least I gave it credit for in the beginning, because my thought was always just, well, he's got the knee and you probably want to see how that holds up. But again, I think there's a case to be made that if they're comfortable with it and they want to take a leap of faith, you could end up kind of winning, so to speak, on that contract.
Right.
Because the price to extend him right now, I don't know what that number would be, but if he stays healthy and has another, Abe Lucas type season, like rookie 2022 Abe Lucas, all of a sudden that price becomes a lot more expensive because now you got other people potentially bidding on him. And this kind of reminds me of, remember when the Seahawks signed Tyler Lockett to his first contract extension? It was, I want to say it was the 2018 offseason. And he got, I think it was $10 million and change per year. And the reaction that I had and a lot of people had was, wow, that seems like a lot of money for, a good player, but a guy who hasn't totally popped yet. And remember he had the really bad knee injury, or the leg injury, excuse me, and then he was kind of limited the following season. Well, what happened? Tyler Lockett popped that season, and to the point where if the Seahawks would have had to sign him a year later, coming off that really strong 2018 season, that price would have been a lot higher than $10 million and change per year. So the idea there is you took a bit of a leap of faith early, knowing that the price to sign him now a lot cheaper than it would be a year after a really strong season.
Yeah, that's a great example, and it's kind of a gamble, right? I mean, you got to that's the one thing about the Seahawks, and that's why, like I said, it would be so exciting. I feel like they're one of the teams that are more of a stickler about the medical part of it than almost anyone. And I would just say, why wouldn't you be? I mean, there's so many things that you can't really anticipate. But if somebody has a knee or a shoulder or something that looks problematic and down the line it's going to affect them, it's almost, I'm not going to say that you can control that, but you have that information at least. You don't know how much better the guy's going to be as a player, but you can get a pretty good indication on what their health's going to be like, right?
Yeah, and this was kind of the hang-up with Will Fries. Remember, a lot of people, wanted them to sign Will Fries. They wanted to sign Will Fries. They were prepared to give him a whole lot of money, and then ultimately kind of got scared off by the medical situation, and they weren't able to bring him out for a physical. And Minnesota was able to take that gamble that the Seahawks weren't, and they kind of gave him a lot of money sight unseen, which it's a pretty big risk for a guy coming off a broken leg. And so, I think the more times you get burned on things like that, the more cautious you're going to be. I mean, they drafted a player named Garrett Scott, I think a decade ago, and come to find out that, he had some sort of cardiac condition that prevented him from playing football. The Jamal Adams thing, right? I don't know if that's something that would have been, avoided had they got a closer look at him, but Jamal Adams, they spent a lot of money on him, spent a lot of draft capital on him, and he just could not stay healthy. And so I think that they have, the more times that bites you in the rear end, the more careful you're going to be about, committing a lot of money to guys with medical issues.
Yep. Exactly. They never would have drafted me. I know that.
Is that right?
Hey, what are some of the biggest questions we still have about this Seahawk team? We'll run that down with Brady Henderson. Our list, that's up next. You're listening to Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
What have you been hearing about this new Seahawks offense, Brock?
Just the entire group, Saul. They're fit. And this isn't just the eyeball test. And this isn't just, I'm in the best shape of my life, right? They wear the catapult systems. They spend all the money and all the resources. And they know. And this team has been as diligent in their work over the last 3 months as any team here that they can remember.
Every day at 7:45, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Hey, are aches, injuries, or everyday pains slowing you down? Well, it is time to move better, feel stronger, and get back to doing what you love. IRG Physical and Hand Therapy is now accepting new patients, and no referral is needed. Their expert team offers personalized hands-on care to help you recover faster and stay pain-free longer. Shannon, what is it like to see new patients walk through your doors?
Rock, it's wonderful. You know why? It's because it's an opportunity for us at IRG to make a difference in someone's lives. It's so important that when people come in, they experience engagement, coaching, teaching. We build relationships with our patients, and we want to make it easy. We all know that healthcare has a lot of what I call minutia in it. We have a concierge call center. When you call, we're going to check your authorization, verification, certification, justification. We're going to find out everything we need to know about your insurance, and we're going to make it easy for you because we want you focusing on getting better.
And all you got to do is head over to irgpt.com to find the clinic nearest you. irgpt.com.
LeeJohnson.com is a dynamic research tool.
We want to give the customer enough information to where they don't have to go anywhere else to research any of the questions they have. And if they want more information, we'd love to be there to help. We don't want them to feel like they're dependent on emailing us or texting us or calling us just to get the information they need. So we put it all out there. We call them digital retailing tools, big fancy calculators where you can get in there and change the terms and change the payments and change the cash down. And it'll give you a disclosure of, hey, when you do this, this means here. And a consumer can get on there and do a lot of this themselves. And then if they choose to get us involved, we can actually get involved on the backside of it and help them along the way. We want to give the consumer the same tools that we have and let them understand what we understand.
Yup, that's pretty much what you'd expect. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin. I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for Nourishing Champions. Why pickleball?
Obviously, it's a growing sport, but also this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
We are the most competitive people, so regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl.
Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
It's the Graz here for my friends at Premier Golf. Take advantage of early sunrise and late sunset at the 11 different Premier courses today. From Bellingham, Everett, and Marysville to Linwood, Bellevue, and Seattle, even out on the coast, they've got a course near you. Play Inner Bay or Jackson, Bill Wright or West Seattle, Bellevue, Legion Memorial, Walter Hall, Linwood, Cedar Crest, Lake Patton, and even Ocean Shores. Courses are in great shape and ready for your next round. Visit PremierGolfCenters.com, that's PremierGolfCenters.com, and book your tee time today.
Headed to the ballpark? Skip the traffic jams, parking fees, and the stress of driving. Make riding transit part of your game day ritual. Roll in with your crew, talk stats, and meet fans. No traffic, no stress. Community Transit riders enjoy seamless connections to light rail and ferries to get to Seattle and beyond. And youth 18 and under ride the bus for free. All in for the win. Plan your trip with Community Transit at ctgo.org/homerun.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products in next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Our Mariners insider Shannon Dreher reports that Luke Raley will begin his rehab assignment tonight in Tacoma. Meanwhile, Bengals first-round pick Shamar Stewart remains unsigned. He had been at their minicamp and not practicing, but now he's left town as the contract stalemate continues. And Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final begins later tonight. Florida leads the series 2-1 as they try to win for the second year in a row.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Hey, welcome back to the Wyman and Bob Show. It's Dave Wyman and Brady Henderson. He's going to be here for another hour. We'll talk football, and then Mike Lefko will step in, and we'll talk a little bit of baseball during that time. But we got Bryan Walters from the pre- and post-game, ex-Seahawk wide receiver, who's going to come on with us at 3:30, and then we got Paul Moyer at 4 o'clock. Unless you want to stick around for Paul Moyer, Brady. Ask him some football questions.
I would love to talk football, talk golf, talk all things with Moyer. I got to hit the road though.
Okay. Well, we'll maybe you can drop us a few questions for him. But yeah, and then we got the Raleigh Show that we're going to air at 5 o'clock. So always look forward to that. Brady and I have just been sitting here, kind of going through some of the things that we think about Seahawk minicamp and some of the things that we saw. And what are some of the biggest questions for you heading into this training camp, Brady? I mean, I think even back to like Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's still kind of a question mark, and I think especially nationally for a lot of people around the country that are still thinking, well, whatever I saw in those last 2 games at the end of the year last year, that's Sam Darnold. Well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but I think it's going to be really interesting to see, what goes on with him. So he's got to be like the biggest question mark, like nationally, right?
I would think so, yeah. And I would think even locally, or at least as far as I'm concerned, I think that he's the biggest question mark on the team. Certainly you understand why the Seahawks made that move and all the potential that they see in him as a, younger alternative to Geno Smith, the guy who ended up being, contract-wise a bit cheaper than Geno Smith. I think they also expect him to be kind of a better leader than Geno Smith was, and that's the thing I've talked about. It's it's sort of out there by this point that there were some questions about the way that Geno Smith led players, the way that his temperament affected kind of how he went about things. And they feel like Darnold is maybe going to be a little bit better fit in there. But I don't think look, this time of the year, it's sort of like in the spring in baseball, like this time of the year, it's easy to get kind of overly optimistic and to think that everything is great with this team, when they're not really playing football and, they're sort of throwing passes in non-contact settings. It's easy to kind of think that, everyone's going to go, 13-4 or 14-3 or whatever. And that's just not the reality. Like there is, I think, a real question about how Sam Darnold is going to, carry over from last season. And he had a great, the last 2 games were brutal. That last game, especially in the playoffs, was brutal. It was very good for the majority of that season, working under Kevin O'Connell and throwing to some really good receivers. But there is very much a question of how that's going to translate to a new offense, to a new offensive line, when he doesn't have Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and TJ Hawkinson catching passes from him. And it's just not something that you can take for granted. I mean, players don't pick up where they left off from one season to another, even when they're in the same setting. Mm-hmm. And it's especially not something that you can just assume is going to happen when you're talking about a guy on a whole new team.
Yeah, it's funny. The further I am away from, mini camp, and then when the camp starts and, the season, obviously, we get towards that and we march towards the opening game, I tend to go more about, okay, it's about players. But like during this whole offseason, for me, I think the biggest change has been philosophically on offense. that to me, I mean, I think the defense, and it looked to me like a lot of times when people were criticizing Darnold and, nobody was open, he was holding the ball and this and that, I think you got to give some credit to the defense. This defense is in its second year. You've got some really good pieces. You're adding constantly, and this is a new offense, and for Sam Darnold as well. So if you see him throw a couple of picks out there, I think that makes sense to me. But during this whole offseason, I was like, I really think it's about the coaching and putting guys in the right spot, calling offensive line friendly plays.
Mm-hmm.
And Brady, that one thing you had a stat about how many times that they moved the pocket with Kubiak's offense. That helps the offensive line. I mean, I think those are the kinds of things in the offseason, though, you think about and think that's really – but the closer I get, I start to look at players and go, okay, what about this guy and what about that guy? And, we start to break down, like, what are some of the biggest battles going into training camp? And really, I don't know that it's so much battles. It's more like on the offensive line of finding guys, and I think especially at center, that worries me. And right guard as well, because I don't know that it's really a battle going on, because a battle indicates that there's like two guys that are really good at that position and we'll see who wins. We got three guys at that position and we don't really know if any of them can actually play that position.
Yeah. And it's not like a guy wins the job, in training camp and they're locked into starting that guy. I mean, we saw them, kind of rotate some guys in there. That's certainly not an ideal situation. They I'm sure would not like to do that. They kind of probably did that more out of necessity last year, but whoever wins that job, again, it's not like they spent a first-round pick. They spent a first-round pick on Gray Zabel. They didn't spend a first-round pick on any of those other guys, so it's not like they're super heavily invested into a guy to the point where they would really just stick with him through some rough patches. And so, I think with Darnold, look, again, we don't know how that transition is going to go. I think one thing we can say with some level of confidence is that this offense is going to probably make life easier on the offensive line and maybe in some cases on the quarterback in the context of like pass protection than the Ryan Grubb offense did. When you imagine that, there's going to be a lot less shotgun, a lot more under center. I think Kubiak's offense last season, for instance, I want to say it was the third lowest shotgun percentage in the NFL last season. So you've got a lot more under center plays that, again, when you're in shotgun and you're sitting there in shotgun already as a high volume passing offense, it takes quite a bit of the guesswork out of it for defensive linemen who can quote unquote pin their ears back without having to really worry about the run. So it's going to be a more balanced offense that's going to run the ball, not just for the sake of having balance, but for the sake of that is their identity, that they're going to run the ball and they're going to do it. They're going to operate under center a lot more. And again, as you mentioned, they're going to move the pocket a lot, and that's just something that the Kubiak offense has done quite a bit of. It's really kind of a Shanahan tenet where, when you think of an outside zone offense, think of an outside zone play. Well, the natural complement to that is you make it look like an outside zone run, and then the quarterback keeps it and bootlegs off to the other side. So you're going to see a lot of them move the pocket just to make sure that the quarterback is not just a kind of a sitting duck back there, standing back there where offensive linemen can sort of tee off on him.
I don't typically complain about like play calling and offensive schemes because I always feel like, hey, look, every play should work. If you're kicking somebody's butt, whether you're running out of shotgun, does it matter? Hey, if they're getting it done. But as an inside linebacker, when the quarterback is under center, when you drop to your pass zone, it has to be after the quarterback clears the running backs. And when you're in shotgun and he's back there, I mean, you can see everything. It just gives you extra time.
The ball's never the ball is there.
Yeah.
It's never hidden, right?
Right. And so when you have a quarterback that's and especially with this wide zone that they're trying to run, where if they run play action off of that wide stretch that they're doing, I mean, that's a long time that the quarterback has the ball that you're like, okay, I don't know if he's going to run it or throw it. And then when if he does pull the ball and it's a play action pass, now you're late. And so I don't know. I'm not saying you can't run the ball out of shotgun, but that was irritating to me last year. I just thought it just didn't make sense.
Yeah, and that was something that I imagine that kind of became a point of contention in the building. And remember, they hired Ryan Grubb, who had only worked in college, and he had coordinated some very prolific offenses in college, where, as we know, shotgun is the name of the game. I mean, teams are in shotgun 90-something% of the time. A lot of them that are in college. And, that was just something that he really over-relied on. And that was, we talk about leaps of faith. That was a leap of faith that Mike Macdonald and the organization took, that Ryan Grubb would be able to, transition into the NFL and to take this offense, or at least principles of this offense that had really worked well in college, but was very unproven in the NFL. And I think that's probably part of the reason when you think about, teams, when a team fires a head coach or fires a coordinator, a lot of times there's, I guess you'd call it the pendulum effect, where they go for the opposite of that, right? So they took a gamble on an unproven college scheme. It failed. So what do? They go and hire a guy who has been a coordinator before in the NFL, who runs a very proven scheme that has been proven, that a lot of other, not a lot, but a handful of other coaches run in the NFL. So I think they were in some cases going from, it was kind of polar opposites, knowing that they got burned by the unproven college scheme. So you're going to go for a pretty well established scheme that has been, tried and tested in the NFL.
Yeah. Well, one of the battles, we'll see. I guess I'm not really calling it a battle. We'll see who wins the job. You've got three guys, at that right guard position that I think that's going to be like what everybody's going to be watching. And then, of course, center. And that's the other thing, is that's the one position group I think that is hardest for people to identify. Is that good or is that bad? Offensive line, no question about it. But one of those guys, and you and I have talked a little bit about him, Anthony Bradford. Mike Macdonald was asked specifically about what he has seen from Anthony Bradford.
AB's done a great job this spring. His body comp is really improved, which speaks to his work ethic. I think he's made strides. Now let's go. It's time to go prove it consistently. He knows that, and but he's right in the thick of it with the battle at right guard.
So that's what you referred to earlier, that he was talking about his body comp, meaning it's never made sense to me when a guy shows up, like the very least is you're in shape, okay? You can't be fat. You can't be out of shape. You've got to be able to run and practice and everything like that. That's very encouraging to hear, because you said he also looks like he is, and he's just so powerful, and he's got all the talent and everything. From what you've seen, and then just what you've heard from coaches and everything, does that seem to be like the only thing? I mean, I think he was heavy and all that. I don't know, maybe wasn't in good enough shape to play an entire game, but it just seems like he just needs to concentrate. But again, you've got an offense and an offensive line coach and everything that, they're trying to make the scheme sort of work for them. And in that case with Bradford, hopefully that helps him along. And is that kind of what you've seen?
Yeah. And, I think, again, he's always been like a bigger guy. There was I think a small handful of players who did not pass their conditioning test right away at training camp. And a lot of teams, the Seahawks included, require players to pass a conditioning test when they report to training camp, just to make sure that they're physically fit enough to get on the field and start, practicing. And he was among the guys that did not pass it the first try last year. And so, again, he was not the only one, but, you could look at that and say, yeah, that kind of speaks to maybe a little bit of the, the attention to detail in terms of taking care of your body and not being where it needs to be. And so that's why, it's probably, I would imagine that they're more encouraged now than they were this time last year, knowing what we heard Mike Macdonald say about Bradford, which is that, his body composition is in a better, he looks better. I imagine that's just a fancy way of saying he's in better shape than he was.
He's not fat.
Yeah, his body is in better shape than it was, than maybe it was in years past.
Yeah. We've talked a lot about offensive line. The two other areas to me that, as far as just personnel, what are they going to do? How is the whole thing going to play out? Cornerbacks, I feel like they're a little light at cornerback. We obviously know about the whole offensive line, who's going to emerge at tight end as well. But, mostly my problems as far as depth go are about the inside backers, number one. I don't know. I like Drake Thomas. I think he's good, but also they like Patrick O'Connell a lot as well. I hear Mike talking about Patio all the time.
Right.
God, he says those things so fast. He's like, Patio is this and that. And I'm like, wait, what? Who did he say there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's got all his little nicknames and everything. But
well, when the head coach is referring to you by a nickname, that usually probably means you're on the head coach's good side. If you're in the doghouse, you're probably not getting the nickname treatment.
That's exactly what I thought when I heard that. I'm like, wait, he's calling him Patio now. He must like him. I think there's something to be done there. And then, as far as cornerbacks go, that's another spot where I'm like, first of all, I don't want to see Spoon playing on the outside. I mean, look, if they do it every once in a while and they need a cover guy, whatever, I think that's great. But he should live in the box because of his game. He's incredibly physical for a not very big guy, and he just can make more plays in there. I mean, he doesn't need to take on a block. He's so quick. He can get around blocks, basically. But as far as, corners go, I mean, do you think they're going to add at that position before? I don't know that the inside backer thing is urgent enough to add, but I do think corner that they need to bring somebody in.
Yeah, I agree with both of those things that you just said there. I think inside linebacker, I mean, in that defense, you only have two of those guys on the field at once. And I do think that Emmanwori, although he's listed as a safety, technically a safety, they're going to use him kind of in a linebacker way a lot of times. And so I don't think, as you said, I agree with you, I don't think there's a huge sense of urgency to add someone there. I imagine that, that's probably a spot that they'll look to add to, like on cut down day, or maybe, if a veteran becomes available. But I would imagine, you're just probably looking at kind of some inexpensive depth piece that has a little bit more experience than some of the guys they've got there. Cornerback is a different story. And for all of the time that we have spent talking about it, that I've spent writing about it, that fans have spent fretting over it, about the offensive line, I think that in that building, they would probably tell you that cornerback is the bigger need right now, at least in terms of some depth there, some experience depth, or a guy to maybe compete with Josh Jobe for that number 3 job. And there are a couple big name cornerbacks who are available right now, Jalen Ramsey and Jair Alexander.
Yeah, what do you think about Jair Alexander? I always think, we talked about this with the Mariners. They do deals with Tampa Bay pretty often, just because I think the management teams, they know each other and everything. And I think John always has connections back in Green Bay, and maybe knows more about Jair Alexander than most. Mm-hmm. You think? I mean, what would you think about that idea?
Yeah,
he can't stay healthy.
He cannot, and I would imagine that knowing more about Jair Alexander could work against the Seahawks signing Alexander as much as it might work.
That's true
for that.
Yeah.
And I think the bigger picture kind of thing that people have to realize about the Seahawks right now is, I think they are really enjoying being drama-free. And this offseason, you have not seen any of the drama that they've dealt with in years past. Some of that drama never really saw the light of day. I mean, I can tell you that there was contract drama behind the scenes with Geno Smith last season. There's been drama with DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
There had been for a couple years that didn't always kind of bubble to the surface to where a lot of people saw it, but they've had to deal with a lot of stuff over the years. I think they're enjoying not having to deal with any of that right now. And I think they're really, under Mike McDonald, are trying to instill more of a team-first mindset than they've had in years past. It's not that Pete Carroll didn't want that, but Pete Carroll was willing to let players be themselves, and a lot of times letting a guy be himself is not really conducive to everybody putting the team first.
Right.
And, you could argue that Pete Carroll's way worked very well for them. He's obviously the most successful coach they've ever had. But it's inarguable that during Pete Carroll's tenure, there was a lot of drama and a lot of stuff that, I think they were able to manage because Pete Carroll was willing to deal with that stuff. And he was very good at keeping a lid on a lot of stuff. And, you had players fighting the night before they won a Super Bowl, but I don't think that McDonald wants to deal with a lot of that stuff. And you would maybe subject yourself to just some drama. I mean, Jalen Ramsey and Jair Alexander, for as good of players as they've been, you're talking about Pro Bowl, all-pro caliber guys. I don't think anybody would describe either of those guys as low maintenance,
right?
And then, in addition to that, with Ramsey, you've got, that he's still owed $20-something million for this season. And then with Alexander, there's pretty extensive injury history, which is the main reason why he's available right now.
All right, well, coming up next, he was watching the Seahawks at minicamp this week. I know that because I caught up with him. You'll catch up with Bryan Walters. We're going to get his insight on what he saw out there. That's up next. You're listening to Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10.
We got a lot of baseball to talk with Jeff Passan today.
This is now a 29-game stretch where we're 11-18. Who are these Mariners on June 10th?
They're the team that at the beginning of the season we thought they were going to be and that they can't hit. Like, if Cal Raleigh is not in this lineup right now, I don't even know. It would look like the Rockies.
Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors. They're a local company serving all of Western Washington for 23 years. And when you hear Harley Exteriors, I want you to think windows. Manufactured right here in Washington, specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. Olympic Series windows are offered exclusively by Harley Exteriors, and this is the window you want. It looks absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and these windows last up to 60 years. They're going to lower your energy bills and provide your year-round comfort, and they come with a double lifetime fully transferable warranty. And that means not only are you covered for glass breakage or damaged seals, it's going to help you with your resale value and just the value overall of your home. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest, up to 12 months for qualified buyers. And this June, buy 3 windows and get 1 free, plus an additional $200 off your entire project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more in the Puget Sound. Call 833-HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY, or just go to harleyexteriors.com.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men, too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat-freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Find out more at silverreefcasino.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, 12s, Steve Rabel here, voice of your Seattle Seahawks. The wait is over, and tickets are on sale now for our historic 50th season. This season is going to be legendary, with past, present, and future colliding at Lumen Field. Get your tickets today at Seahawks.com/tickets.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Home. Home is where you gather. With friends. With family.
Ball to right field. It continues. Jorge Polanco.
Sometimes even folks you don't know. But in a way, you do. Because you share at least one thing in common. And one thing can be pretty powerful when it's multiplied by 40,000.
Everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Welcome home.
Don't miss next week's showdown at T-Mobile Park between the Mariners and Red Sox. The boys from Beantown are visiting for a 3-game set Monday, June 16th through Wednesday, June 18th. Catch Cal Raleigh and the crew as they take on the Red Sox in this marquee matchup. Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/tickets.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, welcome back to Wyman and Bob. It's Dave Wyman and Brady Henderson. And right now on the Emerald Queens Casino Sportsbook Hotline, we have B. Walt. Bryan Walters. How you doing, Bryan?
What's up, guys? How are we all doing?
We're doing great, man. Before we start this interview out, I just want to share a little story that happened this week that I think's hilarious. We'll keep it short. We're out.
This is going to be the whole segment.
We're out at practice, and there's a lot of old school things going on out there. And I hear the coach is screaming, "Riverside, Riverside, Riverside." And so I'm like, oh, man, that's old school, because old coaches used to say that meant change direction, like offense go on the other side, defense go on the other side, like flop it, and I heard that it was an old coach and he used to say that all the time, and because they practiced next to a river, and so like on one side was a river and the other side there wasn't one, and so B-Walt looks at me and goes, "They're not saying Riverside, they're saying reverse side." And I was like, what? I mean, I was blown away. I was like, is that really what they've been saying that whole time? So we consulted a lot of other people and concluded in a very strong manner from Ray Roberts that it's Riverside. It's not reverse side.
Yeah, Big Ray did have a strong opinion on that one. But here's the thing. When I hear it Riverside as well, coaches say Riverside, but I think it's just the evolution of it just flowing out of the mouth of a coach.
From
I think
reverse
it means
side.
Riverside. Yeah,
Okay.
or from reverse side, yes.
Okay.
So it's easier to say Riverside, even though it's reverse side. So I think it's just the flow of it, the evolution of it has just changed. But I never heard the Riverside story.
Okay, so but did you remember coaches saying Riverside?
Yeah, it sounds like Riverside, but I always thought of it as reverse side.
It's
that's what it
Riverside.
means. It's like the period ends, right? The one period ends, you're on one side of the field, coach says Riverside, and everyone goes to the other side of the field. So that's exactly what it means. And now Coach McDonald, if that's true, he should say Lakeside, right? Right on that, that facility?
That's right. Yeah, you
right on the
say
lake, Lakeside. I would love to hear that. That'd be good.
Yeah, that would remove any ambiguity from it if you said Lakeside.
Yeah. But I will say this. I think the majority of the people are on Dave's side on this. I've texted in groups of former teammates because you got me kind of thinking too, and they're it's Riverside. I said, yeah, but what's the meaning behind it? No one knew. Everyone was confused.
Nobody knows.
So,
it just goes back. It's
nobody
just
knows.
something that's been said over the years. So,
I've never actually heard it myself either.
Yeah.
So I'm sticking to Riverside.
What did you see other than that, B-Walt? Very important. We got that out of the way. What did you see out there that you liked, especially the new offense and some of the routes you saw? And, of course, Cooper Kupp in a Seahawk uniform looks weird. I mean, there's a lot going on.
It does look weird in a Seahawk uniform, but I like it. I like it a lot. You know what I saw, what really stood out, and you were there, it's tough to really evaluate how fast guys look and the talent out there right now. It's a lot of walk-through tempo-ish, jog-throughs, trying to be, not get anyone injured for the before training camp and all that stuff comes. So it's not like it's full speed. And so it's tough to evaluate a lot. But what I did see is a young man out there, new draft pick, number 18. And I'm not used to the numbers yet, right? So when I see a number out there, I'm like, look at that receiver. Look at that big receiver. Wow, he can move. And I'm thinking as a receiver, and it's Elijah Arroyo, the new draft pick, the tight end. And he just blew me away, some of the routes he was running. He lined up at wide receiver. I think a corner was actually against him, and he just ran like a 10-yard out route, stick your foot in the ground, roll it to 12 yards, and it looked so smooth. And I just loved every part of that route. And I said, man, I thought that just watching him, I thought he was a wide receiver. And he's a tight end. He's in there blocking, doing all that. So I'm really excited to see what happens when he gets into full pads, gets into game mode, get into those first preseason games, and watch him be able to use his skills. Because that was cool. I hadn't seen a ton of him like live in person, but he's large and he's fast. So that was pretty cool.
Well, and Brian, it makes perfect sense that you say that because, when they were evaluating Elijah Arroyo before the draft, there was some thought, from some of the coaching staff that, hey, this guy could basically be an ex-receiver in that offense. And, I could try to explain this, but I didn't play in the NFL, so I'm gonna leave this up to you. For the listeners, can you help explain what the real difference is in an offense between an X receiver and a Z receiver? What do you typically have one do versus the other?
Yeah, X receivers are typically, so if you have a play call, let's say it's spread right, let's just say, we're going to start at the very basics here. The Z receiver will typically go to the right, to the strong side, to the call side, to the strength of the formation. The X receiver is typically on the back side. A lot of times on the ball, a lot of times alone, soloed up. Like you'll have a lot of one-on-one matchups on the backside. There'll be no tight end over there. It'll just be tackle and then wherever the X receiver is. And that's very basic, but just kind of fundamental, I would say, of an X receiver. And so you just see a lot of one-on-one matchups out there on an island, a lot more room. I'd say a lot more deeper routes. You can, there's less combination routes, whereas if you're on the front side of a play, you might have 2 or 3 receivers, crisscrossing, picking a zone apart, whatever. But you might just say, you might call a huge trips right, and whatever play you call to that side, and then just say X slant. And you just have your X receiver on the back side, on the left side, away from the call, one-on-one, run a slant route. So a lot of that kind of matchups. You get a lot of those matchups with an X receiver, and I could totally see Elijah Arroyo being that. And especially, I don't know how he is at the goal line, but having someone that large, and if you could spread him out and maybe throw him some jump balls, might be something they'll probably play around with a little bit during training camp.
Hey, B-Walt, I was having kind of a debate with some of the texters, and I think I said maybe DK Metcalf is a better receiver than Cooper Kupp, but I said that he was a much better football player, just more well-rounded. Cooper Kupp is that I just think he understands the game so much better. And I'm not saying that DK is just a robot that runs down, you throw him the deep ball and he goes up and gets it, but I just think his route running and his understanding of the game and defenses and things like that just seems off the charts. What is it about him that you see that you think makes him such a good football player?
Well, and you just said it. The fact that I think as a receiver, it's a not a lost art, but it's very important for a lot of these guys. You got to be able to think on the run. Think when a play is going, it has to be second nature to kind of react and think and realize, 2 steps into your route, oh, here we go. The defense is going to cover 2 look or cover 3 look, because that might change what route I have, where I need to be to either, 1, get yourself open, which is a lot of times your number one job, or two, that people don't think about, to have a defender grab you and cover yourself so it opens up something behind you or in front of you, whatever it might be, because that's how a lot of these combination routes happen. So if you see certain coverages, here's your job, this is your spot, either pull this defender or you're the guy getting the ball. And I think noticing that and having an awareness of that, Cooper Kupp is one of the best. And he's fast, he's quick. I think here's the thing I think too about receivers. Look, if a guy runs, and I don't know what Cooper Kupp runs his 40 in. I don't know. We 4.5 maybe. I don't know. But let's say you run, I'll even go like a 4.6. Let's say you run a 4.6 as a wide receiver. The big thing for me is, can you run a 4.6 while you're running a route, while you're on the field? Because you'll see a lot of guys run a 4.3, and oh wow, they're fast track form, get those arms pumping, perfect form. But when there's a DB hitting at your arm, you're in a helmet, you're running, you're trying to track a ball, he might be like a 5.0. He might be a 4.9. And if your speed fluctuates that much when you're running certain routes, then that takes away from route running ability. And something you see in Cooper Kupp is every route looks the same. He is running a 4.5, a 4.6 every single route. Then he breaks it off at 10 yards at that speed. So you're not seeing a lot of change. And as a defender, that's tough. That's tough to handle when they don't have a tell or a giveaway where, a lot of guys, I'm not going to say DK. DK wasn't like that. I've always been on the record saying DK's one of probably the most physically gifted receiver in the NFL. His speed, his size, his strength. But I do think that he hurt the Seahawks at points with his routes, with his route running, his inability to help be friendly, QB friendly, and that kind of stuff. And I don't think he has the great hands. I think here's where I see Cooper Kupp and why I like the addition. Let's go third down. Third down and 4. Okay. And you need to move the chains. You need a first down, big first down in the game. Cooper Kupp's a guy that you're going to be like, I'm going to go to him all day. And we are very confident that majority of the time he's going to make that play, whether it be a slant route, whether it be anything. You just trust him like that. I don't know if I had that same trust with DK. If I would say, DK, it's 3rd and 3, we need this, run a slant route. I don't know if I ever had that same trust because I think just because of his route running, and he had decent hands, but not the best hands, not Cooper Kupp hands. And so that's kind of my comparison with those two. But there's no one more physically gifted than DK. That'll be missed. But I think that a lot of these additions will make up for that 100%.
Well, B-Walt, I wish we had more time, but we'll get you back on again. And as the season draws nigh, so that's the stupidest thing ever. When draws nigh. Draws near. How about that?
We knew what you meant. We knew what you meant.
I knew you were an Ivy League guy. You would understand.
He's just trying to impress the corner.
Reverse side. Reverse side, Dave. Reverse side.
Riverside. All right, buddy. Thanks.
See you, Brian. See you.
Reverse side. All right. See you guys.
That became one of the biggest debates ever that I've seen on a text exchange. That was pretty funny, but I think he's sticking with his guns there. All right, coming up next, the most intriguing man on the Seahawks will continue to be heavily scrutinized all off season. That's up next. You're listening to Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
What have you been hearing about this new Seahawks offense, Brock?
Just the entire group, Salk. They're fit. And this isn't just the eyeball test. And this isn't just, I'm in the best shape of my life, right? They wear the catapult systems. They spend all the money and all the resources, and they know. And this team has been as diligent in their work over the last 3 months as any team here that they can remember.
Every day at 7:45, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Hey, are you in pain and have you been considering surgery or even joint replacement? It's Dave Wyman, and before you take that drastic step, I recommend you join Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for a free live stem cell webinar. It's Wednesday, June 18th at 6 p.m., and the webinar will educate you on how stem cell therapy can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate cartilage in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, help regenerate cartilage and all of your joints, really, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints. Learn all about this amazing procedure and how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells. And Dr. Wagner determines whether you're a good candidate or not, and he would know. He's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, and he's had tremendous success using stem cell therapy to repair shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And if you're in pain, join Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at his live stem cell webinar Wednesday, June 18th at 6 p.m. It's free, so register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Look today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
Jet City Harley sign and ride event. No cash down needed. Rates as low as 1.49% APR on select Harleys. Save thousands on interest at Jet City Harley Davidson. On approved credit on new 2024 Lowrider ST, Lowrider S, or Road Glide 3 models. See dealer for details.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. So one of my favorite customers I've ever had, he came in and had a really bad experience with several different dealerships. He just lost his husband. His husband left him with a truck, and he was like, I don't need a truck. Like, this is so impractical for me. And it was a really emotional decision for him because it was one of the last things that he had, obviously husbands. We were like, it's no problem. Like, we're going to help you. And we did the process the same way that we always do the process. And we helped him trade in his truck for a beautiful new Rogue. And that was really cool. And he bought his second car from us. And I'm sure when he needs a third car, he'll come back and buy his third car from Nissan too. Afterwards, to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff.
Making a great day for the people around you is making a great day for yourself. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Welcome back to Wyman and Bob. It's Dave Wyman. Got Brady Henderson in here today, and good timing on, your question you asked me during the break there about Jalen Milroe, and just, we haven't really talked about him. Mm-hmm. And it just seems like everybody got kind of fired up about Jalen Milroe. And, and look, this isn't to, deflate the whole thing. I think it's really exciting. Everybody loves this kid. Loves him, and he's got a great attitude and everything. But, we were talking about it during the break that Daniel Jeremiah, for one, was like, a lot of times you get all fired up about these. We're going to get this kid in a package, and then we're going to do, we're run him on 3rd down and 4th down, and do this and that, and it's rarely like materializes. Getting from upstairs to downstairs, and then my first question, I think you kind of had the same questions, is like, well, what about Sam Darnold and, disrupting the flow of his game and everything? So Jalen Milroe, I mean, I think it sounded like a really cool idea in the beginning, but I'm not sure how realistic it is.
Yeah, I look, Jalen Milroe, let's just kind of set the expectations from the jump here, just in case anybody is still unclear on this. He's not here to compete with Sam Darnold for the starting job anytime soon, at least certainly not this year. He may not even be competing so much with Drew Lock for the backup job, meaning the guy who would come in and take over and start a game if Sam Darnold were to go down. I think what he's here to do is to develop as a passer, and in the meantime, the thought has been that he is such a phenomenal athlete that you can take advantage of that athleticism with packages, whether it's near the goal line or whether it's wherever on the field, but just packages that are designed to take advantage of the fact that he is a very gifted runner who has some strong skills as a passer, but that, need a lot of refinement. And so, the word from, I think, both John Schneider and Mike McDonald is that, the idea is that, they're going to maybe have some packages for him. I don't think we're in agreement with this, and maybe Daniel Jeremiah as well, that the idea that he's going to come in and there's going to be a package for him every single game that's 10 plays or whatever, and he's going to play 10 plays at least every game, I don't think that's going to happen. Because I think that a lot of times you maybe have an idea of, okay, like there's a certain, setting, certain situation where you go into a game thinking that if you get that situation, that's a great time to bring him in, or a great time to bring in some other player that you might have a package for. Well, you might not always get into that situation, and you might get into that situation and then decide not to do it. And I think that becomes an interesting part about this is it's one thing to say right now that, let's say it's a goal line package. When you get down to the goal line, Jalen Milroe could be a huge weapon, and here's this package. Well, in the moment, I think it may be a little easier said than done to take out the quarterback who got you there in the first place. And I think that's maybe something that, they're going to have to navigate is you want to keep everyone happy. And I don't think Sam Darnold doesn't strike me as a kind of guy who would throw a fit if he gets taken off the field. Yeah. He really strikes me as a team-first guy. But at the same time, as a coaching staff, you probably also want to reward the guy that sort of got you down there in the first place. And there is kind of maybe some delicacy that you have to handle that situation in when, you want Sam Darnold to throw touchdown passes. You don't want to just take the guy out, especially when he's obviously moved the ball well enough to get you there in the first place. You want to kind of take the hot hand out. So that is something that they're going to have to feel out. But I think the bottom line is the idea that he's automatically going to play at least 10, 15 snaps every game, I don't see that happening.
Yeah, and in that theme, Clint Kubiak, who doesn't say a lot, he's a very kind of short-winded answers as far as some of his responses. But cut number 10, he talks about what stands out about Milroe.
He's a heck of an athlete, number one, but the guy's putting a lot of time in learning a brand new way of communicating and offense, and just his ability to make plays with his feet right now. He's got excellent arm strength, great athleticism, and he's in the process of having his mind catch up to his feet. And there's a lot of the whole offense is doing that, learning a new system. So, but he's doing a heck of a job at it thus far.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to take the air out of the balloon because I just everybody loves Jalen Milroe apparently, and just haven't got a chance to talk to him yet. But I think he's going to be a great addition on this team, and I think they can use him in a bunch of really cool ways. But I guess I would see it like maybe on a third down in one game, and then maybe 3 games later you might see him do something. I mean, kind of like that, but. Yeah, I just think there's going to have to be a little bit of a balance. But I think once quarterbacks get into, you get into the game plan and you start going, okay, this is our guy, and we don't want to disrupt it by, bringing in Jalen Milroe. And, so I just think it's, like I said, I hate popping the balloon, but everybody's excited about Jalen Milroe, which they should be. But anyway, Brady, great having you in here, man. What do you got a tea time?
No.
I can see it in your eye.
Nope. I'm driving down. Nope, driving down to hang out with Maddie. So
okay.
I got to hit the road.
Well, that's equally important.
Yeah.
At least.
Better than a tea time. That's right.
All right,
Thank you for having me, though.
Thanks for coming on. Coming up next, we're going to bring in Mike Lefko. We're going to bring in the lefty, the crafty lefty, and we'll see if he still wants to it's Moyer we're talking about, but we're going to have Mike Lefko in here for the last couple hours, but see if Moyer still wants to join us when he realizes he won't get such a nice introduction from Bob today. Paul Moyer is up next. You're listening to the Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10.
We got a lot of baseball to talk with Jeff Passan today.
This is now a 29-game stretch where we're 11-18. Who are these Mariners on June 10th?
They're the team that at the beginning of the season we thought they were going to be and that they can't hit. Like, if Cal Raleigh is not in this lineup right now, I mean, I don't even know. They would look like the Rockies.
Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
You're losing your hair, and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all 3 like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Calling all contractors and equipment operators. The James G. Murphy Auction Company rolls out this month one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the block, find an incredible collection of heavy equipment, contractors' equipment, and vehicles, like a 2004 John Deere 400C rock truck, a 2010 John Deere 450D LC excavator, a 2001 John Deere 650H LT dozer, and a 2014 Kenworth T800. In contractors' equipment, we have attachments, live edge and dimensional lumber, contractor tools, even a wheel wash system, and much more up for bid. Whether you're building roads, moving earth, or running a construction outfit, we got what you need. Bidding is underway now and closes at 10 a.m. June 19th. Preview all items June 17th and 18th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our location in Marysville, 3803 136th Street Northeast. For pictures and details of all items, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for 23 years. Olympic Series windows are offered exclusively by Harley Exteriors, manufactured right here in Washington, specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. This is the window you want. It looks absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and these windows last up to 60 years. They're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help your resale and home value. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. And this June, buy 3 windows and get 1 free, plus an additional $200 off your entire project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more in the Puget Sound. Call 8-333-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Our Mariners insider Shannon Dreher reports that Luke Raley will begin his rehab assignment tonight in Tacoma. Meanwhile, Bengals first-round pick Shamar Stewart remains unsigned. He had been at their minicamp and not practicing, but now he's left town as the contract stalemate continues. And Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final begins later tonight. Florida leads the series 2-1 as they try to win for the second year in a row.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This is the moment many wait for.
The most entertaining.
A man of wisdom, a man of experience, Dave.
The most informative.
To bring light to a dark subject. To bring positivity to a negative world.
The incredible Paul Moyer.
Moyer out.
You know, I did wonder, Dave. I did wonder if this man would join us today. Paul Moyer is with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, but no flowing introduction. We can't do it as well as Bob. We're not going to do it. And Brady Henderson has deserted us before Paul comes on. So
well,
Paul,
hopefully
you're stuck with us.
Hopefully he didn't hear what I did right before we brought him in. People, I think, are confused. Brady left, and now we have Paul. I'll just put it that way.
I was starting to take it a little personal because Ryan Roland Smith one time was on right before I was about to do this segment. He left, and I was excited about Brady because I was going to talk some golf with him. It was at a golf tournament, and he and I have always wanted to play together. We haven't, and I had a couple questions for him, and, you know, I don't know. I'm not going to take it personal, but it feels personal.
Well, now Mike's taking it personal. You don't want to talk to Mike either?
No,
that's true.
I thought for sure. I always talk with Mike, but you know, sometimes it's just, you know, get excited when there's some other peeps. That's all.
I get it. Well, Paul, what do you want to start with? Seahawks have been fun. You know, that's been good. Mariners have, well, kind of been the opposite, but we know you feel passionately about both. What has really got you going to start? You pick here. This is what we do when it's Dave and I hosting. You pick what you want to talk about first.
Well, let's. As I watch a car almost run into a truck. You guys drive over there. You're good. We'll start. We'll start with the Seahawks part because I do think it's good, and I'm excited. I was listening to you guys earlier, and talking about Sam Darnold and the unknown. He's the big question mark, and I don't know if that's true. And the reason why I say that, last year he played and proved he's a good quarterback. We saw it live. I mean, he made an unbelievable throw to beat us. We've seen the games. If we're only going to take 2 out of the 19 games he played in, or I guess 18 games, that's probably not a fair representation of it. But I also think, it's really fascinating as well in that I think the Seahawks got the guy they want, and it might be more than Geno Smith. And I thought Brady made a good point about Geno or with Pete Carroll. Pete was pretty good at bringing in, some difficult personalities at times that, certainly rocked the locker room. But Pete was the CEO. If Pete wasn't in the game plans, Pete wasn't coaching, Pete wasn't calling plays, so he could manage those. I'm looking at Mike McDonald. Mike's more old school. He believes in toughness, and it's not just toughness on the field. There's toughness in how you work out. It's toughness in how you go about your professional business in this. But Mike's calling plays, and, he's part of the game plans. He can't deal with, and I don't want to say that he's not capable of it, but he doesn't have the time to say, hey, I need you to get right, or I've got to constantly work this locker room. It's like, look, we're going to have a team that is completely on the same page, that has harmony, that is going to put everything we have into this thing and with our scheme, and it's not about the person, it's about us as a team. So I just think I think Sam's going to be good. I think he's got to go out and do what he did last year, and I think this system is great for him. I'm just excited. I think we got the right pieces offensively to make a big turnaround.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch out at practice, Paul, and I'm just curious. I don't remember exactly, how our practices went, but one of the things you see so much out there is just the teaching out on the field. I mean, it's unbelievable how much time they spend out there, and and I think Pete was probably, his was very different just because it was just rep. But when we were playing, I mean, did you think there was that much teaching going on? Because, it just seems like it's kind of old school, first of all. And, it just seems like they're doing a lot of stuff, a lot of work out on the field. And I just feel like, I'm not saying one way is better than the other, but this might be maybe refreshing for some of these players to get that kind of old school coaching.
Yeah, we got coached up. We got coached up because we had a lot of time on the field and we had a lot of practices. There was a lot of hitting. We believed that you got in hitting shape and you tackled and you got ready for the season. That game's over. So now they got 2 hours, and they're in the past. I think there probably was less teaching, and with Pete, I'd use this as an example. Let's just get as many reps as we can. Let's go as fast as we can, and we'll go coach it up in the film room. Mm-hmm. Again, I don't know the right or the wrong. There's times where I said, no, you're right. I want to get my 20 reps in or these plays, and I'll coach it afterwards. And there's other times I want to get it on the spot. I mean, it was real time. Hey, here's the coaching point behind that. And a lot of times as a coach, I did that because I knew another play was coming later, 10, 12 plays later. I wanted them to be somewhat prepared for it. So, but I like old school coaching. I think Mike's a communicator. And, they do a lot of the stuff in the film room as well. But you're in OTAs. This is coaching time more than rep time. We get to camp, I think you'll see them say, hey, let's get through the reps, and we'll coach it more on film.
Paul, what do you think should be the expectations for this defense now in year 2? Because, we've talked about both sides of the ball, and the defense seems so settled. But then you look past the starting linebackers and the cornerbacks. There are some depth concerns at those two positions. What are your expectations, though, for now a full year and a full offseason for Mike Macdonald and this defense?
Yeah, I think we'll a much faster start than we had last year. Even though we started off the first game against was it Denver last year? I think it was our first game, and we looked awesome. I mean, we were like, wow, look how fast we're playing. And then we had about a 5-game lull or 6-game lull, and they made some changes at the bye time for us to rectify all that. So I think you're just going to – the players are – you got everybody coming back. There's not really a new player out there. There's one or two, but for the most part, your starting lineup looks almost identical. So they're just going to know everything about it. It's just going to be much more efficient on when you're coaching. Look, I don't think I have concerns, but I have places we've got to get, I think, better or add to it, or it's going to be so built on scheme. I think corner is really interesting, and I think Brady kind of brought it up too. Job, I like Job, but he's missing some speed to an extent, but he's athletic. He's a good football player. Woolen to me still is continuing to try to become a better player, but he's got to be what I call a shutdown corner. I don't think he's there. And Dave, I think to your point, I go Witherspoon. I don't want to see him outside much. Yeah. He's a great football player. But I don't know if he's a great outside corner that's a shutdown corner. I don't think that's his complete strength. So, look, you got a chance to get Ramsey. Oh, man. That, to me, changes the dynamic of this team. It would allow them from a blitz package a little bit back what we did back in 2013-14 where Richard Sherman took one side of the field away. Maybe Ramsey locks up on their very best player. What that would do for Macdonald from a play calling standpoint, that's a game changer. Now, I don't know if we'll do it because that's expensive and what you'd potentially have to give up. Did they cut him or would you have to trade for him? Is just down the trade block?
No, it would trade. So that's why I'm confused by where that all came from because that seems like a lot. But, yeah, you'd have to trade for him. Jair Alexander is out there. He's been released. Ramsey would be a trade. So, yeah, you're right. It might be significant capital there. But he is, I guess, much better than Jair Alexander. So there's the risk you're taking.
Yeah, I mean, but if I could get Ramsey, that's just a game changer. But I also know Mike Macdonald, he wants a certain type of guy, right? I mean, it's more of I'm going to grab a player, and you've got to fit in to our system. And that doesn't mean that he's not going to build around his players where they have some strengths and put them in the best position. I believe that is. Pete was a guy that he would grab a player and he didn't care as much about their, I don't want to say character is the right word, but just their personality, right? We'll deal with that. I will deal with that. That's what I do as a head coach. But he's a great player, and we're going to find a way to get him in the system and let him make plays. Whereas Mike, I think it's more of, look, it's got to be a good culture fit. It's got to be a good locker room fit. I don't want to have to deal with that time away. I want to spend more time on football. So, but I tell you what, if you could get Ramsey, man, I do. To me, that changes his defense to a whole nother level.
Yeah. It's funny. A lot of people don't like Jalen Ramsey. They think it's his personality. We have a security guy who I love him. He's one of my favorite dudes. His name's Dave Love, and he worked with the Rams. And before one of the games, I think it was when he was with the Rams, he came up here, and I saw Dave out there giving him a hug and talking to him. He used to work for the Rams. He was telling me what an unbelievable individual he is, Ramsey, and just what a great guy he is and everything. And so I think we see stuff in the media like from Ramsey every once in a while, and that he gets petulant and things like that. But that's not really, I don't think, who he is. So that it just makes me even more excited to the possibility that they might do that, because I think he would fit right in. But yeah, I mean, when you have somebody that you really rely on and is like an honest, good person, vouch for someone, I'm just like, wow, maybe there's something, because I saw a couple of things with Jalen Ramsey. I remember during the Hard Knocks when the Rams were on, there was the one thing where he walks in there and then he gets pissed off at the questions that are asked and he leaves. Well, he told them, don't ask me about my contract.
Yeah.
He said that before he went in, and so everybody was all, up in arms about him, not doing the interview and everything. It was like he just told the media, don't do that. So, yeah, I mean, I think that there's some misconception with him in that regard. And, I don't know. I mean, Paul, it just seems like the strength of this defense, where they're investing the most, is kind of on the inside, right?
Yeah,
It just,
sure.
inside backers, the D tackles, the safeties, everything. So, I mean, you think what if they do go in without bringing anybody else? Can you work with that, you think, with Pritchett?
Yeah, I think we're fine. I mean, Pritchett's got, again, it's second year. He's got to become a good player. I mean, I was on Woolen. Even the year he made the Pro Bowl, how I felt about it. I go, if he doesn't have 6 interceptions, he doesn't make the Pro Bowl. And obviously that's probably too simplistic. My point was he got to the Pro Bowl because of the interceptions, but he wasn't a complete player. I thought he actually got better last year against the run. I thought he actually stepped up quite a bit. Maybe took a little bit step back in some of the coverage things. So, this is the year. And I think with Mike McDonald, the full year underneath him, the off season, we should be good. And I think we've invested across the board. I mean, you look at interior, our defensive tackles. I think our edge rushers. I mean, obviously, we re-signed our middle linebacker. You've got your safeties, Love. I think we've spent the money right. But if you have a chance to go get a bona fide shutdown corner who's a complete player, Ramsey is a complete player. He'll tackle. He'll hit you. He'll line up against the best of the best. He has no problem talking noise. I mean, him and DK Metcalf, some of their matchups were awesome. So, again, I'm not saying we're going to get him. There's some rumors out there that maybe they want to trade him. We have the money. It's just, what kind of capital you want to give up as well.
Paul, I don't know if you caught the part where Dave and Brady were talking about contracts for this 2022 draft class. So all those guys, the non-first-round picks, are entering the final year of their rookie contracts. And Brady threw out the theory that maybe you extend Abe Lucas now, even though there are some questions with him, in case he has a great season and then he becomes too expensive to try to lock down for a contract. What would you do with Abe Lucas? Would it be a wait and see and let him play out this final year, or would you lock him up this offseason?
Yeah, I think I'd want to see going in, the middle of the year. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's a middle of the year deal where they say, hey, we're going to make this retroactive. And that's enticing, where all of a sudden you say, oh, you guys are going to pay me and you're going to make it retroactive to this year. Or, they create such a signing bonus that it's a no-brainer for them. I think the injury thing, you have to be careful. It's not him as a player we all like. I mean, he's well-liked. He's come back from his injury, and I expect more this year than last year. But that injury piece is, you can't throw too much at him. I think you got to let it play out. I think he's a guy who's going to want to be here, and you're going to still have the inside track, even if you let the contract roll out.
Should we talk Mariners?
Yeah,
now?
I was going to say, if you wanted to. Yeah.
If you want to, Paul. But, yeah, man, I mean, it's just been so rough. And Mike and I were talking about this yesterday. And, I think who was it that was saying if you take Cal Raleigh's numbers out.
JP Morosi.
Yeah, it was Morosi. And I actually did. And it was pretty scary. I mean, they went, from home runs from number 6 to number 25. I mean, just there's too many categories there. They're too dependent on that, and then Cal can't keep up that pace, and it's just really been a struggle for this team offensively right now. What do you think is the quick fix?
If it was one thing, that would be an easier conversation.
We were talking about it, like move the lineup around, maybe. I mean, in the meantime, I mean,
look, Dave. I mean, our starting pitching has been inconsistent, right? I mean, we score 6 runs one game, and we give up 8. We hold people down and we score 2 runs. We're kind of back into that. We're scoring 3 runs or less again. And there was a point where I'm not sure when it was about a 4-game stretch where, Cal Raleigh was 90% of either the RBIs or runs scored. And, we're back to it. And, the Bandit boys are in panic mode. There's no question.
Oh,
and part of it is, look, we have a little bit of that trauma from last year where, you have a lead and how quickly that lead went away. We had a nice lead, just a week or so ago, and how quickly that went away again. I think the batting, we've always said, it is what it is. It's the pitching now. We're not getting that like we did last year, where we were always holding teams to under 3 runs. And the bullpen, while, it was struggling at times in the middle part last year, you knew what you had. It's not one thing. I think a big challenge also is, it's Dan Wilson. Dan Wilson's really this is a first-year manager. I know last year he got in as well. But these are the times where managers make the big bucks, right? Is how the pulse of the team and the type of moves you're making. And, this is going to be a challenge for Dan. I think he's a great leader. I think he knows what he wants. But you got to get these guys believing in it also. So you've got a young manager. You've got a team that's not hitting now. Pitching, we still got to get healthy. We're pulling guys up and down from the IL. This is panic mode. There's no question. Now, it's on the players. It's still early. We're not that far out. But, man, it's hard to make up that many games, and especially if another team is playing well. Yeah, but I'm concerned. You got 2 rookies playing in the infield at third and second. I like Young. I think he's going to be a phenomenal player. Williamson, I think it's a good stopgap right now. You got Tellez at first, who can't really run. He's hitting 200. You got 3 of your 4 infielders. Man, they got challenges. And, I wish I was a general manager because I'd be making a lot of money and I'd have no problem making those decisions.
Well, Paul, as Dave likes to call your group, the Abandoned Boys, how do they feel about when everyone is healthy? Is there too much stock being put in? All right, Luke Raley is beginning a rehab assignment tonight. He'll be back in a couple of weeks. Logan Gilbert is set to come back any day now. When they're all back, does that help ease the worry of your group chat, or is there still some of those pressing concerns you mentioned?
Yeah, I think, I think we all want to see it, right? I'm just a fan and representing the fans out there. We all want to see them get healthy and make a run at this thing. But we went into the season worried about hitting. And Cal's having a career year. Julio's starting to heat up a little bit. JP is, really turned it on. Polanco is I think he's settled now to where he is in that 250, 260 spot. But the rest of it is what it is, right? I mean, it's not like I think Tellez is going to start hitting 300 and Williamson is going to hit 300 and with 20 bombs the second half of the season. The team is what it is. So now you got to get back to your pitch and just flat out dominate. I think you got to go get another middle reliever. If you were to say what's one spot, I got to think reliever. So no, the Bandit boys are not confident right now. Not confident at all. Hopeful. I just don't like being in chase mode in Houston with the history we have, and yeah, it's disappointing right now. It's really disappointing.
Didn't you guys try to add Dave to the chat last year, and it worked for a little bit? Then you kicked him out. Could you try that again? I don't know. I'm spitballing here.
No. I changed our group chat from Bandon Boys for like 3 or 4 days to Hawks M's Boys. They didn't like it at all. They did not like it. I don't even like it either. It's just a bad brand the way that flowed. So I changed it back to Bandon Boys last night.
Okay.
And said, okay, we got a day off today. Let's see if Bandon Boys gets us back winning some games. But we've tried it all, man. I've changed socks. I've parted my hair the other way. That's hard to do, by the way. I brush left-handed right now. That's, if you've ever done it when you're right-handed the whole time, not easy. So I'm doing a lot of things, man. Desperate times, desperate measures. We're doing it all.
Yeah, you can't fault Paul Moyer. Yeah, you know what?
No.
He is trying as hard as anyone out there. So, Paul, I promise a grander introduction next time. Bob will be back to give you the introduction that you deserve, but we appreciate you anyway, so thanks for joining us today.
It was awesome. Thank you. Real quick shout out to Brian Bowen, Mike Kennedy, and Richard Kay for my golf partners. They were phenomenal today. So thanks for having me on, you guys. Appreciate it.
That's the only reason Paul did the entire segment, so he could shout out his buddies.
Hey, you got to give love to the ones that give you love too. So we're good.
All right. Thanks, Paul.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
And maybe that was the golf question you wanted to ask Brady. I don't know. We'll have to call up Brady and say, hey, Paul had all these golf questions he wanted to ask you, so we'll see if he can answer them.
What was the question?
I don't know. He said he had all these golf questions he wanted to ask Brady.
Oh, yeah.
We don't talk golf on this show unless Brady's here. And then, we make a 2-minute exception, but outside of that, no. So, all right, that was Paul Moyer. A lot of good stuff there on the Mariners and the Seahawks. And by the way, speaking of the Mariners, the 2025 All-Star ballot is open, and Cal Raleigh, well, he needs your help to secure a spot at this year's Midsummer Classic in Atlanta. Vote 5 times per day, every day, through June 26th at MLB.com/vote. All right, we mentioned it with Paul, and we kind of weighed in a little bit on it yesterday after the Mariners lost to the Diamondbacks. But before they start their series tomorrow against the Guardians, we're going to throw out some suggestions and maybe some potential answers for what they can do to fix this offense. That's coming up next. Mike Lefko and Dave Wyman with you here on Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
What have you been hearing about this new Seahawks offense, Brock?
Just the entire group, Salk. They're fit. And this isn't just the eyeball test. And this isn't just, I'm in the best shape of my life, right? They wear the catapult systems. They spend all the money and all the resources, and they know. And this team has been as diligent in their work over the last 3 months as any team here that they can remember.
Every day at 7:45, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for 23 years. Olympic Series windows are offered exclusively by Harley Exteriors, manufactured right here in Washington, specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. This is the window you want. It looks absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and these windows last up to 60 years. They're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help your resale and home value. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. And this June, buy 3 windows and get 1 free, plus an additional $200 off your entire project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more in the Puget Sound. Call 8-333-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
When you have really good leaders, it makes it easy.
Gia arrived at Lee Johnson after 10 years at another dealership.
You know your job, but then you have people who you can rely on to help you with the big stuff that you need that support from. And I've gotten that every day with my service manager, with our assistant service manager, with even like our GM and our GSM. The way that, we're now on the showroom together, we are so close-knit just as a department. My service manager here, he's always open to teach you whatever you want to know. He just wants everybody to do good around him, and if somebody wants to learn something, I'm here to do it. And I've never had a service manager like that before. They're really good at promoting from within. That's one thing that I've learned from working here. I see people start out as a lot porter, and people work their way all the way up to being a general manager.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Dave, I feel like a little bit of deja vu, but nothing's changed since yesterday when we had this conversation because the Mariners are off today. But it is another day to kind of ponder and weigh in. And
that's what makes it so bad.
Yeah, kind of
discuss. It's a bad time to not have a game. Because usually you get into the next one, you're like, okay, hopefully we see a couple of things and, everything can kind of be erased from the sweep. And yeah, you got to suffer through.
Oh, I know. From our perspective, brutal. What about from the player's perspective, though? Because I know sometimes it is good to just get right back out there. But in a stretch like this, when they've lost 8 of 9, they had this road trip. I hope, and you kind of think, okay, maybe a day off just to completely get away from it is good. But I don't know. As a player, when you went through a losing stretch, was it better to get right back out there, or do you want some time away?
I think the time away in football is actually probably good.
Yeah.
But baseball, I would think you would just want to get right back on it, right? And they do. I mean, look, they only take a day off here and there, so it's not like we're kind of asking a lot of them. We want them to get back out there. I'm always bummed when there's not a game. But, in this case, yeah, you probably want to get out there and try to erase it as quickly as you can. But, yeah, I just everybody kind of searching for answers. And and I think the players, you're used to as a player going through slumps and stuff. But when you're the coaches, especially for them, that's kind of who I kind of feel bad about, especially the hitting coaches, right now. And what's been the formula, because they've had periods of time, for guys like Polanco and, where right now, would you say Donnie Barrels is a bit on a heater?
He is. He absolutely is. Over the last week, he's driven in, 4 runs? He had a home run yesterday. He's finding some stability.
Yeah.
The overall numbers still are not good, but in this most recent example,
Remember,
it's Donnie Barrels and Polanco and Julio and Cal. Those are the hitters right now.
Yeah, and I was bullish on him.
You were, yes.
But that was like
in our bullish and bearish
3 weeks ago, right? And then it took like 2 weeks for it to happen.
That's good. That's good forecasting. You were ready. You were in front of it.
Well, I mean, it was pretty bad. So it could only go up, but it went up pretty drastically. I mean, but yeah, I mean, it just. I think for these guys, they want to just get back out there and just erase what happened. So I still believe that they have, good enough talent. I mean, I'm not saying that they can't improve. That's for sure. But, right now it just seems like they probably need to just get back out there and erase the stink.
Yeah, you know what has changed? There is one thing that actually has changed since yesterday, since we had our conversation about this after the Mariners lost, and that's Harry Ford. Harry Ford last night hit another grand slam, second career grand slam, 6 RBI last night. So if we're pushing and we're saying, okay, those 3 options that we kind of discussed yesterday was do nothing and just wait and hope it stabilizes until it gets closer to the trade deadline, call up your prospects, the ones who are close enough to being ready, or make an extremely early trade, which didn't seem feasible, so I wiped that one away. The stabilizing, waiting, and hopefully everything comes back to normal, that's not doing anything, so you're putting a lot of faith in these guys getting better immediately. But call up a prospect, that's a course of action. That's something you can do. And there's not a identifiable, this is where you can put Harry Ford because we want him to catch every day. You can't do that. Cal Raleigh's there. So you're not going to have Harry Ford catch. That would stunt his development a little bit. But offensively, I think maybe you just got to take this chance. This is a guy who has been pushing for a while, the clamoring for him to get up there eventually or to do something. Remember, he was kind of leveraged as trade bait last year. Well, we're going to dangle him out here. We, as the talking heads, kind of said, if he has no spot, if he's blocked by Cal Raleigh and he's going to stay a catcher, do you trade him? Well, they didn't. All right, well, now, is he going to come up? Put him as your everyday DH. Then when Cal gets that one off day, he catches. Or maybe, again, Cal catches, and then has a DH day and then has another additional day off. So there are no easy answers to how you slot Harry Ford in terms of maximizing his catching ability. But from a bat perspective, I think you need him right now.
Do we care about his catching ability?
No, I mean, not really. To this point, I know the Mariners want to keep developing him, but you have 2 catchers on the roster, so maybe he is just this kind of bona fide DH. We're seeing a little bit more of Polanco in the field. He played second base, was it yesterday? Polanco had been the DH, but if you now have Polanco as a second baseman, and then he's a DH on the days Harry Ford's not playing, it's not going to fit cleanly. But at this point, you don't have the luxury of having a clean entry up here for Harry Ford. If his bat can help, find a way to get his bat up there in the lineup.
Well, it's funny, you mentioned Polanco and him starting to play back in the field a little bit more. I remember there was a stretch there where I'm like, why is he trying to steal a base? Or why is he? Because I was like, let's just, sort of keep him in bubble wrap and just let him be the DH. So I no longer worry about that with him because, he's shown that he can play and he can be a regular, everyday guy. Why not bring Harry Ford into DH? I mean, he had 6 RBIs last night. Is that right? Was it last night?
Yep.
Yeah. And they ended up winning 10-0. And, he just seems like he's all over it. I know when we talked about this yesterday, kind of brought up the fact that he's a very chill but also very mature guy. Just the interviews, and we've talked to him, and, I mean, just he's one of those guys that seems older. Yeah. He's like he's got an old soul or something. But yeah, I would love to see him come up as a DH and see just I don't know. I don't know what the harm is, but obviously they do, and so they're weighing that very carefully. And they're very, very good with their prospects. They do a great job managing them, in my opinion. So I guess I don't want to sit there and tell them they don't know what they're doing. That's for sure. But I wouldn't mind seeing Harry Ford up at some point, and like. Why not now?
Yeah, I think us speaking from a course of impatience because you want to see something happen, a course of action outside of, well, this is our lineup, and they've gone through stretches of being good when they won 9 series in a row and now bad. So you hope it levels off. That's the front office perspective, that you have these bats in the lineup. They're all starting to find their rhythm one way or another. It hasn't meshed together yet. That when they do, when people get healthy, that's the better course of action until the trade deadline. Us, from we want to see something different because we're not optimistic that just tomorrow they're going to go out there and everything's going to change. That's the best option. But, you can kind of see it both ways. I don't think right now you have the luxury of waiting. If you bring Harry Ford up to help give you a spark and it doesn't work, like you said, no harm. Send him right back down. He's got options. You can send him back down because he hasn't been up yet. So Harry Ford, maybe it didn't work. You steal a couple weeks, though. At least you know. And then you get Luke Raley back. And you get closer to that trade deadline where a lot of movement's going to be happening because it's just not feasible to make any kind of trade deadline move right now. It's going to be tough to trade anyway. There are a lot of teams that want the same kind of pieces that the Mariners have. No teams are really sellers anymore outside of the very dregs of the league. So it's tough to get those kind of players. So right now, that course of action is to bring Harry Ford up. And you know what? It worked with Cole Young. It worked the weekend they did it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And now it's starting to work again. So, hey, you committed to some young players. Why not one more?
Yeah, they've had, it seems like, good luck in that regard. Just for, for the fan that doesn't know, look, I don't really know exactly what their reasons are for not bringing him up, but, what would those be right now? I mean, what can you imagine would be, because I think for all of us, we're looking at going, okay, it kind of makes sense. It's not like he's brand new. It seems like he's got enough games in the minors to bring up. What would be the reason?
They want him catching. I mean, that's the reason that's been given, is that he wouldn't get to catch. And so I don't know why that still outweighs the offensive production. But
we don't need him to catch.
I know, but that's the reason that's been given, that he's not going to catch enough. Okay. And maybe he wouldn't even be in the lineup every day. And if he's coming up, you need him to be in the lineup every day hitting so that can develop. Like Cole Young, who got to come up, and he had been in the lineup every day except for yesterday, got his first day off. But yes, I know that's the reason that's been given. They want to keep developing him as a catching prospect. He would not get a catch with Cal here. And then Garver is a good backup when he has to catch George Kirby. So the catching would be very limited. Maybe it would fall off completely. But at this point, maybe this just very short term, the bat is what you need right now.
Why can't he be a first baseman?
I mean, in the middle of the season, you can't just throw him in there. I know they've tried different positions. They tried him in the outfield.
I know. I mean, it just sucks that he's a catcher, and any catcher that's behind Cal Raleigh in this organization is like, all right, well, maybe 7-8 years from now.
Harry Ford, get better at getting another position defensively, and then you can come on up. So, too late for that. But we'll see. I mean, it's an off day, and then you have some time tomorrow. I don't think that would happen, but it is an option, at least very, very immediate and short term potentially for the Mariners. We're going to get back to the NFL, though, coming up, and a new connection is building between one quarterback and receiver in the league. We'll hear about that when we sweep the dial right here on Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10.
We had a lot of baseball to talk with Jeff Passan today.
This is now a 29-game stretch where we're 11-18. Who are these Mariners on June 10th?
They're the team that at the beginning of the season we thought they were going to be and that they can't hit. Like, if Cal Raleigh is not in this lineup right now, I mean, I don't even know. They would look like the Rockies.
Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
It's Dave Wyman for Swedish Cyberknife. We had Andy Ryder. He is the mayor of Lacey, but he's also a Swedish Cyberknife patient. And we had him and Dr. Landis from Swedish Cyberknife in studio a couple weeks ago. And one of the things, a couple of things that stood out about Swedish Cyberknife treatment. Number one, it only takes 5 sessions. So Andy was able to complete treatment in 1 week, Monday through Friday, and he continued to work full time. And each treatment session lasts less than an hour. So he was able to remain comfortable during the treatment. He even wore street clothes during the procedure and didn't experience any side effects other than just being a little bit tired. But you compare that with other treatment methods, the reason I bring all that up, where you have to have surgery or you have to have a catheter. I mean, it's night and day. So also, it was really cool to see the relationship between Andy and Dr. Landis. Andy held Dr. Landis in such high regard, and rightfully so. Dr. Landis, he's a multiple-time recipient of the Seattle Top Doc Award. And we talk about building a sports team and trying to find superstars. Swedish Cyberknife truly has that. It's an all-pro roster of doctors and world-renowned experts in their field, just like Dr. Landis. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the state, and you don't even need a physician referral. You can reach out to them directly. So if you've been diagnosed with prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafy and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health. It's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
It's the Graz here for my friends at Premier Golf. Take advantage of early sunrise and late sunset at the 11 different Premier courses today. From Bellingham, Everett, and Marysville to Linwood, Bellevue, and Seattle, even out on the coast, they've got a course near you. Play Inner Bay or Jackson, Bill Wright or West Seattle, Bellevue, Legion Memorial, Walter Hall, Linwood, Cedar Crest, Lake Patton, and even Ocean Shores. Courses are in great shape and ready for your next round. Visit PremierGolfCenters.com, that's PremierGolfCenters.com, and book your tee time today.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GREEN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT because nothing fights sweat better.
Stay fresher under pressure.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the Dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
You know, Dave, this will be one of these things we'll have to kind of wait and see when the pads come on for the Seahawks. As we've talked about with a lot of things, when it comes to the trenches, the offense and the defensive line, but the fullback, that got talked about a lot when Clint Kubiak came in and said, yeah, we're going to have a fullback this year. Charles Cross was asked if he likes having a fullback in this offensive scheme.
I do like the fullback. I don't know, it's different. It's different for me from all the other systems I played in before, but I definitely feel like, having another hat back there, guiding a running back or make an impact in the run game for sure.
He said another hat back there. I like that. Another blocker. Yeah, I mean, I think all offensive linemen love to run block just because it gives them a chance to be aggressive and physical. And then the other thing is you obviously know the snap count, so you get a little bit of a jump, but also you kind of dictate when you're a downhill blocker blocking in the run. And whereas pass rush, you're dropping back and waiting for them to make their move. And I just think all offensive linemen love that. I can't wait to see that happen. Looking at Oots, man, he is very well put together. And I think the thing I like even more about it, like you look at the fullback for the Ravens, and we talked about him, about how, he's an ex-defensive lineman. He's like 300 pounds, so he's a different body type. But I like that Robbie Oots came from being a tight end, and he's a pretty athletic guy for that size guy. So, yeah, I mean, of course, Charles Cross loves that. And then, a lot of times you can help them in with the pass blocking and stuff like that. Getting a good chip for an offensive lineman, it's so key. When a guy like that goes out on maybe a pass pattern and just gives a guy a shot in the ribs or whatever and just makes him lighter for a little bit for the offensive tackle. Yeah, so I would say, yeah, of course Charles likes that. But I like to think that he likes it because it's kind of old school as well.
I'm excited for the name chanting potential of Robbie Oots.
Oots.
Yeah, do you think they'll do that? Or do you think they'll do like Oots, Oots, Oots?
Yeah, I wonder what the tempo will be. Yeah, will it be a long, drawn-out?
Yeah, probably a long, drawn-out. That sounds better in a big crowd.
Yours kind of sounded like a nightclub.
Yeah.
Say that again?
Oots, oots,
yeah,
oots.
Sounds like a nightclub, doesn't it, Matt?
Yeah, it sure does. Hey, what's next in Sweeping the Dial, I wonder?
Sweeping the Dial.
All the nightclubs that Matt has been to in frequency. Usually.
Yeah, big nightclub fan.
That's how it usually sounds in his nightclubs. We're going to stick with the Seahawks. A couple of them talked yesterday after the final day of minicamp. Leonard Williams was discussing some of the traits that have stood out already about DeMarcus Lawrence.
I mean, we haven't been able to be in pads and stuff like that yet, so, I haven't been able to see him fully play. Like, we haven't been able to, play next to each other or anything like that, but I think just the type of leadership and, mindset that he brings to the team is just, phenomenal. He's a dog. He speaks a lot. He plays hard. He's going into year 12, and he's out there practicing harder than some of the rookies. So we're getting on the rookies, saying, okay, this is an example. This guy's going into year 12. He has nothing to prove, but he's out there working his craft as hard as he can every day. And he's one of those guys that shows up as an example and also as leadership.
Yeah, I think it kind of brings you back to the point that Schneider and McDonald bring in guys for more reasons than we can see. Mm-hmm. And, him talking about the fact that, what did he say, 12th year? Is his 12th year coming up? That he's still out there practicing and everything. That's obviously who he is. And so that matters. The way he carries himself in the locker room, and they hear all of those things. I know Mike McCarthy is one of John Schneider's best friends in the world. So, he got some information probably from there, but then, it's just those little things, those little details that I think you can look at all the stuff on the field, how many tackles, how many stats, how many interceptions, whatever. I mean, all those things, the measurables are fine. They're great. But some of the other things that kind of add to a team, and, to hear Leonard, especially Leonard, talk about DeMarcus Lawrence there, that way is very, very encouraging. And also, I was standing out at practice the other day talking to Trent Kirchner, who's is he the head of pro scouting or maybe college scouting? I'm not sure which one. But anyway, he's one of the big wigs. But we're standing there talking, and then the shadow comes over me, and then I look behind me, and there's Leonard Williams. Like, you forget like how big that dude is. And then you see him and you imagine him running. I don't know what his speed was that he got up to when he had that interception return. The guy picked off Aaron Rodgers for a pick six. I mean, I thought I was hot crap because I picked off Dan Marino, but you know,
then he tackled him.
I didn't have a run back like that. I mean, he was like a racehorse, like Rabel said. But yeah, he's just a monstrous dude who can just move.
Sweeping the dial.
Well, Dave, speaking of Aaron Rodgers, he has finally resurfaced in Pittsburgh. He is a Pittsburgh Steeler, and so is DK Metcalf. So the two have linked up. They're working together for the first time, and DK was asked about his early impression of Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, I like the way he views the game, from a receiver standpoint, but also from a quarterback standpoint. I think I can gain a lot of knowledge just from being around him because he's seen a lot of football. So just trying to soak up as much information in the ball as I can.
I'm not mad at DK.
For wanting out here?
Yeah, for wanting out of here. I think maybe he wasn't the right fit here anyway for like the culture and maybe the replacement with Cooper Kupp for him. You know, I can see where people would like, well, why did they move on from Tyler Lockett? But, you know, as far as DK goes, I don't think he belonged here. But now, I mean, I'm going to root for him. I think a lot of people are going to be rooting against him because they don't want, you know, I guess there's an instinct to like, you don't want anyone who leaves here to go and have success somewhere else, right? It's like you don't want your ex-girlfriend to go marry a, male model or president of the United States or something like that. So, yeah, I mean, to me.
Those are, by the way, two extreme opposite ends of professions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I don't care with DK. I don't think that if he goes out and has a great season, it's going to say anything bad about the Seahawks. I think it just wasn't a fit. So yeah, same thing with Geno. So, but yeah, was he catching passes from Aaron Rodgers?
That was the rumor, right? That they were working out a couple weeks ago. Or
was there a video
a month
of it
ago?
Or no?
No, I think just reports came out. Maybe there was a video. I don't know. They had just started working together. That's when people kind of assumed, okay, Rodgers is going to be a Steeler. Yeah. It was funny at the time when DK said he wanted a better quarterback situation, and he went to Pittsburgh where their quarterback was literally Mason Rudolph earlier in the offseason when he got traded. But now, yes, a better quarterback situation. I mean, you can't root for him in week 2, Dave, right? That's Seahawks Steelers in week 2. So
I have them losing that game, by the way.
Oh, really? You had the Seahawks losing.
I have them going 11-6, but I did have them losing that game. But, we'll see.
All right. Yeah, we will see. We're going to get back to baseball in another edition of the Raleigh Show with our Mariners insider, Shannon Dreher. That's up next here on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
What have you been hearing about this new Seahawks offense, Brock?
Just the entire group, Salk. They're fit. And this isn't just the eyeball test. And this isn't just, I'm in the best shape of my life, right? They wear the catapult systems. They spend all of the money and all the resources, and they know. And this team has been as diligent in their work over the last 3 months as any team here that they can remember.
Every day at 7:45, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Hey, Brock Heward here with some great news. I'm with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, you guys just increased your community coverage.
That's right, Brock. We like to say we're in your neighborhood. We have you covered here at IRG. We just added 2 fantastic locations. One is in Harbor Square in the Edmonds Bowl, and the other one is in the Mill Creek Town Center, right to the entrance to Mill Creek Town Center. So we'll be able to provide fantastic care to all of us and everybody's neighborhood.
You know I love it. Expert physical and hand therapy right in your neighborhood.
That's right. We're in your neighborhood. We want to be your neighborhood family physical therapist. We'll take care of you your family, and your neighbor.
And remember, no referral needed, just personalized care when and where you need it. Visit irgpt.com and schedule your appointment today. With over 40 convenient locations, IRG is right in your neighborhood, and now 2 new spots as well. That's irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's orchard.com.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for 23 years. Olympic Series windows are offered exclusively by Harley Exteriors, manufactured right here in Washington, specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. This is the window you want. It looks absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and these windows last up to 60 years. They're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help your resale and home value. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. And this June, buy 3 windows and get 1 free, plus an additional $200 off your entire project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more in the Puget Sound. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Evan Cohen here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules and to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Do you have a car you'd like to sell but don't want to go through all the hassle? With all the scams and security risks out there, more and more people are uncomfortable selling their own car. So how do you get the most money for your used car without selling it yourself? Stacy here with the answer. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your car and pay you right up front for it, but it gets way better. Once they resell your old car, they share half the profit with you. The question I get most from my friends and colleagues is, what's the catch? And how can they offer this? It's super simple. All the money they save by not traveling to buy cars at auctions, like purchase fees, shipping, and travel expenses, is what allows them to offer this. They'd rather share that money they save with you than outside vendors. They encourage you to shop around, but if Wayscar Ford can pay you the same or more as their competitors and then share half their profit with you once they resell your car, why would you sell your car anywhere else? They've already shared over $800,000 with customers, and it's only at Wayscar Ford. That's wayscarford.com, Wayscar Ford in Auburn.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Our Mariners insider Shannon Dreher reports that Luke Raley will begin his rehab assignment tonight in Tacoma. Meanwhile, Bengals first-round pick Shamar Stewart remains unsigned. He had been at their minicamp and not practicing, but now he's left town as the contract stalemate continues. And Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final begins later tonight. Florida leads the series 2-1 as they try to win for the second year in a row.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Mike Lefko and Dave Wyman with you here on a Thursday evening as we get ready to go out to Edgar's tomorrow. We'll be all out there. First game of the series against the Guardians, so Cal Raleigh will be back out there. But every Thursday this year, we've had the Cal Raleigh Show with our Mariners insider, Shannon Dreher. They taped this on the second game of the series, so it was a Tuesday taping out there in Phoenix. And now Shannon talked to Cal about a few things, the stretch that the Mariners have been in. And then with Father's Day coming up on Sunday, a lot of this conversation revolved around what it was like for Cal growing up with a dad who coached baseball at a high level.
Wyman pitch to Cal, swinging a drive. Way out of here to right field. Cal Raleigh with a home run.
He's the best catcher in baseball, and he's on Seattle Sports. Thursday afternoons all season long on Wyman and Bob. It's the Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
With Mariners insider Shannon Dreher.
Well, Cal, it's been an interesting road trip. Last month, there was a little bit of a tough stretch. And you said, you know what, I think we're right where we're in a good spot. We've got pitching coming back, and that was a month ago. And a lot of people just kind of curious to know, where do you and where do the others kind of see when you go through a struggle like there has been some struggles of late? Do you see them as a struggle? Do you see it as second month of the season? What do you see what's been going on lately with this team?
Yeah, I mean, obviously injuries have piled up, and nobody ever wants those, but it's kind of part of the game, you know. Mm-hmm. All 30 teams deal with it, so, you know, can't really use that as an excuse. Got to kind of have that next guy up mentality, and obviously haven't been playing well as we would have liked, and I think it's just one of those stretches where, you know, we hit, but we don't pitch, and then we pitch, but we don't hit, and just some kind of unfortunate kind of series of events that way. So we're trying to get it back on track, and like I said, getting a few of these guys back healthy and on the field is definitely going to help us. And it's kind of how we're seeing it right now. And guys got to get this thing kind of moving in the right direction here.
What's kind of step one? What do you see as something that, you know what, we can probably do this a little bit, or what's the easiest thing to tackle in a situation like this?
I think it's different for every team, right? You know, like I said, you know, you see some teams who struggle, it's on the mound. You see some teams who struggle, it's at the plate. And right now, like I said, it's just a little inconsistent in that department. And like I said, you know, hit one day, don't hit another day, or vice versa with the pitching. So I think just putting together a full 9 innings with the guys, you know, to me, we're playing some good games early or late. We just got to put it all together. You know, put the full 9, and that's everybody included. It's position players, pitchers, everybody included. So getting the full 9 and putting the pressure on them for 9 innings, I think that's the biggest thing I see right now. And just you know, 2-3 hours, give it all you got, full 9, and then go from there. So.
Sounds a little something like, and that was going to be my next topic for you this week. It's Father's Day. And I know that you have brought up so often, not just on this show, but always. I don't think a long interview goes by without, well, like my dad said.
I know, right?
Exactly. What impact has your dad had on you as a player?
I mean, he's been everything for me. You know, not just as a player, but as a person. And he, you know, he's always been somebody that's been there for me. And, you know, from the day we've kind of had this connection, just obviously on the baseball field, because he was, you know, always coaching, and I was there, and I was the bat boy, and I was kind of always just watching him. So he's always been somebody I've looked up to, and somebody who I've really admired, I don't think I'd honestly be here today if it wasn't for him. So very thankful to have him in my life. Great father figure. So.
Was it always baseball for you? Did he kind of push you in that direction at all, or did you ever kind of push back a little bit? I know you're a pretty mean hoops player, if I think I read right.
I did love playing basketball growing up. So, yeah, I played all through high school. But, no, it was never forced. It was always just something I wanted to do, You grow up, and I had a bat in my hand when I was a little kid. I got pictures, and it's just what I always want to do. There was never a question. It was just like, all right, my dad's the field, I want to be the field. Everything that pretty much I wanted to do was revolved around baseball. And the same thing with like my friend groups. If you didn't play baseball, I probably wasn't gonna be friends with you. Like, it's just how it went. It's just what I loved. I loved it. I had a passion for it, and it comes from him, and just being on the field with him every day, and like constantly just being around the game and involved, and it's just what I loved.
What's your first baseball memory?
Oh, geez. There's so many. I'd say the first baseball memory that really stuck with me was in 2003, my dad's team, college team, made it to a regional. And obviously, I guess it's kind of close to the date just because, you see Omaha right now in college baseball. So they made it to a regional. They won their conference tournament. I remember being there, being part of it, them having a rally monkey in the dugout, like the whole shenanigans, and I still have the rally monkey to this day. It's in my locker. Yeah. So, and them just going on the run and being at the whole thing, and when they lost, I was mortified. I was so upset. I was invested. So, but yeah, I'd say, and just those players. I remember those players being really, really close, and I got close to them as well. I still stay in touch with them this day. So.
Well, that's amazing.
Yeah.
What was kind of so that's not a normal upbringing, growing up in a clubhouse, basically. Most guys do not get that opportunity. What was the best part of getting to go to the field and being around the guys every day, the guys who are a little bit older and accomplished?
Yeah, I mean, you learn so much, right? You learn, you're hanging out with them, you're one of the guys, it's just funny, you pick up, it's little things like you pick up their lingo, their language, and you start trying to be like them, you start trying to act like them, you dress like them, you wear your pants like whatever, like you dye your hair like they dye their hair. So like, I remember that was like the fad in early 2000s. Guys were bleaching their hair, doing the tips, like Justin Timberlake or whatever. So I wanted tips, and I wanted to wear my pants the way they wear their pants. I want to wear the neck, like everything that they had, I wanted to do. So that was like, just growing up in that environment, and it's just, I loved it. I loved every second of it. So, but yeah, growing up in clubhouse, it's completely different than a normal upbringing, but I loved it. I loved every second of it and being around it, and I think it's helped me.
What was it like to look at your dad? And he was the coach of these college teams. What was kind of different about coach dad versus dad?
It's just kind of funny because, you see dad at home, and, he's with me, my sister, and mom, and, he's just dad. And then when he goes there, he's coach, and he's, everybody's, 35, 40 guys, looking at him kind of as like the leader, and, as somebody who's, kind of in charge and running the team and doing all those things. So it's just kind of cool. You're like, oh, that's cool. It's my dad. Like, not everybody gets to go to work and see what their dad does, and kind of experience that whole thing, and in that kind of fashion with so much passion for what you love, with baseball. It's not just the 9 to 5. So it was a lot of fun.
Did you ever see him blow up an ump or get into an ump at all? What was that like?
Just a few times.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I got plenty of stories. So whether it was an umpire or whoever it may be, I remember there was one time he got thrown out of a game and threw a chair or something. Yeah, he was not happy, and I was just sitting over there, and I was like, I was all upset because I was like, oh, I don't know why he's so mad. You don't see your dad usually throwing chairs everywhere. So, but it was really funny. he kicked like a bat rack one time, and it didn't give, and
oh no,
broke his foot. And, yeah, it was. So I got some good ones. Got some good stories from him. So.
When he got older, were you able to give him a hard time about that?
Yeah, I still give him a hard time sometimes. It's always fun, There was an alumni reunion a couple years ago, a year or two ago, and they were rattling off stories, and I was just loving every second of it. And it brought back good memories. So
that's fantastic. Did you ever get into any trouble as the little kid in the clubhouse?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I mean, you start to get a little confident, and you're like, oh, okay, I'm hanging around here, and you maybe say something or do something that you shouldn't be, and like any kid, right?
Right.
Mischievous, and I got fired as the bat boy a few times for not paying attention mid-game.
Okay.
Yeah, so
okay.
Got fired and had a suspension. Or I remember there was a trip I was supposed to go on, and they're playing Kentucky, and any big trip, my dad would let me go. He's like, all right, you can come. And I didn't have the grades, or I didn't turn in an assignment, or I did bad on test. I can't remember what it was. And I didn't get to go, and I was devastated. So, yeah, I got in plenty of trouble. If I was ever walking around or not doing what I was supposed to do, he was not afraid to let me know about it. So.
All right, that's where some of the discipline with you comes in?
Maybe a little bit.
Maybe a little bit. What are some of his sayings? What are the ones that you kind of hold on to?
Oh, geez. There's so many. I mean, he always had so many. I think if you're ever going to do something, do it right. I think that was always something that stuck with me. He always used the acronym WIN with his team and with me. He used it a lot with me growing up. What's important now? So that was kind of our saying throughout the household growing up, what's important now? And it applied to everything. It was homework, it was baseball, it was basketball, it was, whatever it was, helping my mom out around the house, whatever. So that was a big one that's stuck with me. And he's got a lot of good ones though. A lot of funny ones. Maybe I can't say on here.
Well, yeah, careful.
but some really good ones. So he's just very smart and very. He always knew the right thing to say. So.
What's the most important thing he gave you? And I mean, what you do is not easy, and the dream that you chased is not easy. And what is the most important way that he supported you in that?
I mean, the opportunity, really. The opportunity to be around him and just learn. And he always put me and my siblings first. Coming up, it was always about us, and then him and my mom. Everything was second, so they always put us first. And I think the biggest thing was when I was around 14 or 15. He had the opportunity to stay in the game, coaching, and to keep doing with that. But he wanted to focus on his kids, and he wanted to focus on me. And coming up through high school, and he wanted me to be, have the chance to go on to play college baseball and maybe pro ball. And so he gave up a lot and sacrificed a lot for me and the rest of my family to do that. And I don't know, like I said, if I'm where I'm at if he doesn't do that. So just the sacrifice that he did, like I said, he stepped away, and like I said, could have stayed in the game and could have kept that dream going, but he kind of sacrificed his for mine and my family. So that's something that I always remember. Yeah.
What are Father's Days like for you and your dad?
We're pretty casual, We don't like to get too sentimental. It's like any guy, right?
Yeah.
You guys don't usually do that. So, call him Happy Father's Day, and then we'll talk about baseball or something, or we'll talk about the family or something. So,
dude.
We're dudes. So, okay. But we enjoy our time together. He got to come out to Houston a couple weeks ago, which was fun. And, he's taking care of my little brother right now, who's 15. So he's doing the whole travel ball over again. So
what's the update in the scouting report on the little brother?
Oh, he's taller than me now.
Wow.
Yeah, he's playing travel ball, switch inning catcher, like me. And my dad is, there for him, and they're doing the whole thing, summer getting going, and at the baseball field pretty much every day doing something, tournaments, the whole shebang. So he's doing it all over again. I guess it's like 13 years later. So.
Wow.
I know. He went through it once. He's got to go through it again. So, yeah.
Were you a better kid, or is your little brother a better kid?
I mean, if you ask me, I'd say me.
Of course.
Right?
Right.
So, no, he we're very similar, me and my little brother, in a lot of ways, but we're also, we have some differences. So, but he plays it and he enjoys it, and hopefully one day we can maybe see him up here.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. I saw Kyle Seager see his brother get drafted. We were in the clubhouse in Anaheim when that draft was on TV, and Kyle was sitting there just focused on the TV all morning, and then, Corey's name got called relatively quickly, and
that's pretty cool.
Just the look on his face. So, yeah, let's do that again. That was pretty cool. I'm all for it.
I am too. That'd be amazing.
Yeah. Cal, thank you.
Thank you.
The Cal Raleigh Show is presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians. Has some entertaining stories about Cal Raleigh's dad, who was the head coach of the University of Tennessee for a few years. And Dave, what I love, all the connective tissue that you have in baseball, that Cal Raleigh's dad, while coaching at Tennessee, recruited Mookie Betts to the University of Tennessee. Got him to sign. He was going to go there, got drafted too high, rescinded his commitment, signed with the Red Sox. The rest is history. But, yeah, so Mookie Betts and Cal Raleigh have become pretty close, and they did a podcast together last year when Cal was out in L.A., and they kind of shared some of those stories. So that was pretty cool to hear. And then earlier this season against the Twins, on that Friday night, the starting pitcher, Zebby Matthews, was from Cal's hometown, Colowee. Right. So you don't usually have...
I think Cal hit him, too, didn't he?
He hit a home run off him in that first inning. So Zebby Matthews had grown up going to Cal's dad's facility. So his dad had a hitting facility that he would go to. So just kind of cool to hear some baseball stories there from Cal Raleigh. And
well, it's kind of cool when you get into sports, somebody always knows somebody, somewhere. So, yeah, I like hearing the things. It sounds like my dad, some of the things he didn't have win, what's important now, but any job worth doing is worth doing right. I heard that one. One of the things that he would say about relationships, my dad was, let them think they won. That's pretty genius. Let them think they won.
Like in a fight? Like if they're having an argument or something?
Yeah, if you're having an argument or something. I mean, how do you think I managed Moyer for 35 years? I just let him think he won, even though he didn't. So, no, I'm just joking. But, well, kind of. But, yeah, I mean, that was cool hearing about his dad and all that. But I like the fact that he said he kicked something that didn't give, and he ended up breaking his foot. I mean, it's tragic at the time, and you're pissed about it, but, it's something you can look back and laugh at, that's for sure.
Well, I kind of then had some unfortunate Jared Kelnick flashbacks after, Kelnick kicking the water cooler.
What's funny is I go, who did kick something and break their foot?
Yep.
I forgot all about Jared Kelnick.
It was very much Jared Kelnick who did that. But, yeah, I saw you nodding along when he was talking about his dad getting ejected in various ways. Yeah. There were some funny stories there. So that was good.
Yeah, even, if you're around baseball long enough, you're going to get ejected, right? I mean, especially if you're a catcher, you're a pitcher, you're a manager, or we asked Dan Wilson about that in the spring training, and sure enough, he got thrown out. So I thought, did you see the thing? C.B. Buckner, something always happens with him.
Yeah.
And, that where he's cutting off, who was on the mound that was trying to get warmed up? I'm trying to remember.
I don't know if I saw that.
Yeah, so what happened was, it was at the end of the inning, they're getting, the start of the inning, they're getting ready to hit, and they have a certain amount of warm-up pitches, and all of a sudden, CB stands up and cuts them off. And so Cal gets bent out of shape, wait, I think it was another couple of pitches, and he just decided to cut it short. So then Dan Wilson comes out because he doesn't want any of his guys getting thrown out. I'm like, this is ridiculous. Something always happens with that guy.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, okay, now you're going to get me down a path of talking about the larger issue of lack of umpire accountability. Yeah. Because if they had to, and I've been a long proponent of this, that if umpires had to go answer questions in a post-game press conference setting, like managers do, like players do, there would be more accountability, a little less ego, and they'd be a little more receptive, I think, to people coming out and arguing about calls or not having the situation like that where they're above it all because they're exempt. They have no accountability. They don't have to answer for anything. Yeah, it's a tough job that you get heckled mercilessly no matter where you go. You're expected to be perfect. But there is just kind of an attitude and edge that comes to some of these guys, like some of the worst, and they're defiant about it, like an Angel Hernandez or CB Buckner. If you know their names, it's an issue. So the guys that make a mistake and then they're almost apologetic, or they let a manager or catcher or player come out and give it to them a little bit, understanding, yeah, I screwed up. Okay, it's your right to kind of do that. That's fine. But these guys that are just too full of themselves, there's got to be something that they do to curtail that.
So you're saying
it's just too much.
A press conference afterwards.
Yeah. Think about that. What if CB Buckner had to go answer questions and had to deal with 10 reporters asking him over and over about the same little thing?
Yeah.
Why did you miss that call? What do you think happened after that? Do you think the rest of the game was impacted like that? Because you know what? Brian Wu yesterday had to go answer questions about the home run he gave up, and then about the grand slam. There was an at-bat earlier where 2 pitches should have been called strikes, and he's out of the inning. So he's frustrated. Maybe he didn't settle in after that because of the frustration lingering. So he had to answer questions. Hey, why'd you give up a grand slam to Gino Suarez? Did the umpire who missed that call have to answer? No. So I don't know. As we're talking about ABS coming and robo-umps, I've kind of always pushed for that, hoping it eases the relationship a little bit and kind of cuts down on some of that unchecked ego.
Well, I'll say this. That's something I hadn't heard, and I think, maybe that would be the solution. But I can just speak for the NFL officials to me, are totally opposite. They don't want to be in the way. And I just remember when I played, I had so many times, I've told this story before, but I remember after one time I was rushing Elway, and he throws the ball, and I give him a little shove, and the head ump comes over and goes, was that a little Stanford love pat there? So, number one, he knew who I was and that we played together in college. But then he goes, you do that again, I'm gonna have to flag you. And I'm like, all right.
But
okay.
He told you.
Yeah.
Right? Instead of just throwing the flag and then acting entitled about it and just trying
I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then there was a couple of times where I remember screaming at a guy. I mean, it was bad. I was getting tackled, and I was trying to block on the field goal, and I was just getting tackled. And part of my job is to get to the outside, and I couldn't get there because the guy kept tackling him. So I just started screaming at this guy, and then he came into my huddle after that, and I was pissed. And he's like, "Hey, what's going on out there, Dave?" And I'm like, "Get the bleep out of my huddle." And he's like, "Okay, we'll talk later." And we did. I went over. I'm like, "Hey, I'm sorry about that, man, but this is what's going on." He's like, "Okay, I'll watch for it." It was like a collaboration kind of. Whereas I feel like with they're adversarial.
Yeah,
I mean, it just, especially certain guys like CB Buckner.
That's exactly the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
There you go. That's a good way to close off this conversation. Good wrap on that. The Cal Raleigh Show, from our Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer, got us down a path talking about umpires. But up next, I want to get back to a kind of a good conversation that you and Brady Henderson had earlier about the Seahawks cornerbacks and why there might be some more uncertainty about that position group than we originally thought. That's coming up next here on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what's something completely overblown at OTAs?
Interceptions. So when an interception is thrown, all people see is the end result. I don't think they realize that could have been a free play. He's tossing it up, or he's told just to throw the football so the defense gets a look. Kobe Bryant was over the top. Boom, he gets an interception. It can be deceiving at times.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Since time immemorial, the Puyallup tribe of Indians have lived on what is now called Puget Sound. The Puyallup tribe is a sovereign nation of more than 6,000 members and one of the largest employers in Pierce County. Today, the Puyallup tribe continues to serve its members and community with generosity and is committed to building a sustainable way of life for future generations. Learn more at puyalluptribe-nsn.gov. That's puyalluptribe-nsn.gov.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
Calling all contractors and equipment operators. The James G. Murphy Auction Company rolls out this month one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the block, find an incredible collection of heavy equipment, contractors' equipment, and vehicles, like a 2004 John Deere 400C rock truck, a 2010 John Deere 450D LC excavator, a 2001 John Deere 650H LT dozer, and a 2014 Kenworth T800. In contractors' equipment, we have attachments, live edge and dimensional lumber, contractor tools, even a wheel wash system, and much more up for bid. Whether you're building roads, moving earth, or running a construction outfit, we got what you need. Bidding is underway now and closes at 10 a.m. June 19th. Preview all items June 17th and 18th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our location in Marysville, 3803 136th Street Northeast. For pictures and details of all items, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Heading to the ball game? Don't mess with traffic and pricey parking fees. Make it easy and ride the bus. It's affordable and convenient. No stress, no hassle. And plenty of time to grab a hot dog before first pitch. Community Transit makes riding the bus fun, easy, and affordable. You save money on parking, and kids under 18 ride for free. See where they can take you and plan your trip today. Go to Community Transit at ctgo.org/homerun.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for 23 years. Olympic Series windows are offered exclusively by Harley Exteriors, manufactured right here in Washington, specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. This is the window you want. It looks absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and these windows last up to 60 years. They're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help your resale and home value. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. And this June, buy 3 windows and get 1 free, plus an additional $200 off your entire project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more in the Puget Sound. Call 8-333-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snare that short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, Seahawks minicamp has wrapped up, so everyone's getting a little bit of a break. Our guy Brady Henderson, who was just in there, he's on his way to a big old fun vacation. You know, it's the quiet time for everyone who covers the league. Like,
This
what,
is the
6
quiet
weeks
time.
off and then right back into it.
Well, I
nonstop.
remember every year we used to worry about this is when guys get in trouble.
Uh-huh. It's already happened.
You know, these guys, I think, have they signed their contracts yet? I'm trying to remember. I know that, like, the first rounders get everything, like, guaranteed, and then...
Well, everyone has except for the 2 second-rounders, the Seahawks.
Right. Okay. I just remember it used to be that when you come in, you get drafted, and then, you know, you come into camp and everything like that. And I remember Mo Kelly, who is the guy that does a great job with personnel and just, you know, I think Mo played in the league, and then he knows what all the pitfalls are and everything, and that it's like the most dangerous time because you've been drafted and you're worth a certain amount of money and you're going to get it, but it's not until you know, pass your physical and get back to camp, and that's like the most vulnerable time for players. And it also, just for whatever reason, I just remember almost every year. I remember during the pandemic there was that backyard gambling story where somebody got a gun pulled on them or something, and you know, there was other guys that were involved, and then, you know, you had like the Malcolm McDowell thing, or is it
Malik
Malcolm
McDowell? Yeah.
Malik McDowell. Malcolm McDowell's an actor.
Yeah.
Malik McDowell, where he, you know, wrecked that ATV thing. I mean, yeah, it used to be, it seemed like every year that somebody would get in trouble during that downtime. But yeah, it's that was always kind of that countdown. I just remember thinking, number one, I would always try to get in the absolute best shape that I possibly could be, because I never wanted anyone ever to show up not in shape, not able to go through every drill and everything. So I would do extra running and everything. But there is, for like the veterans and stuff, a little bit of downtime. But then all of a sudden, and like every year, even for me as a broadcaster and us covering the team and everything, like, you ready for football season? I'm like, no, I'm not, because now we're just about to launch on like a 6.5 month ordeal here that we're not going to be able to get away from.
Well, imagine how Rabel feels. He's going to spend every minute with you coming up. So.
Oh, that's your point.
That was my point.
Yeah, well, I'd make the same argument. But yeah, I mean, no, that's the thing. I mean, you're tied in, and you've got all these obligations and things. You're going to be gone pretty much every weekend. So, but yeah, I mean, it's kind of an important time for those young guys, and you know, I was always really excited to come back to camp, though.
Yeah. So no new on-field work. Nothing's going to happen on the field for the Seahawks until the end of July. Training camp starts July 23rd, but we certainly will pick apart and look through and discuss this roster. And I think we've kind of settled on that there are 2 areas on the defense where they're a little thin. Inside linebackers, certainly, and then cornerbacks. It kind of feels like they're a little thin. Mike McDonald was even asked about that yesterday, how he feels about their cornerback depth.
Great. Yeah, we got, you know, again, these are great battles going into the offseason. Now, I mean, are we not going to look to always improve our team in any aspect? No, we're always going to be out there and try to be in everything, and chasing edges on making us better. But the guys that are with us right now, kind of in that 3, 4, 5 spot is exciting. I mean, the guys are doing a great job, but go nail it this summer and come back and go compete your butt off.
Kind of seems like maybe they're open to adding. And we just, you know, from knowledge of what Brady has said and you guys talked about, and knowing they brought in Shaquille Griffin, and they had a look at Rasul Douglas, and now with Jair Alexander, who has been cut, it really feels like, hey, cornerback is a spot where you might see a new face pop in there by the time training camp starts. So I don't know if you feel the same way or you like what they have there right now, but there might be some movement in that spot before this team gets back together.
What do you think's more important, corner or inside linebacker depth?
See, I think inside linebacker right
Really?
now. But they didn't have much depth at inside linebacker last year either, and then they were fine. So
Maybe they're fine with that because of how they want to use Emmanwori in some packages and Devin Witherspoon that, you guys have talked about this, you and Bob, that inside linebackers have kind of disappeared.
They have. That would be one of the reasons why, where I wouldn't worry that much about it, but I was just curious to see, what they were going to do. Because you're right, they didn't have any depth really last year either. So I liked Radigan an awful lot. It's too bad he's not here anymore, but he was. But I don't think he was lighting the world on fire. He was just a good kid who understood the defense really well. But yeah, you look at these guys like Zy Alexander, Tyler Hall, J.T. Woods, Isis Waxter. So yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of names there, but that's what he was talking about. He's like, hey, the 3, 4, 5 guys, that's going to be a battle to see, who's going to win those jobs. But I'll tell you what, I've liked what I saw out of Nehemiah Pritchett out at practice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought he made a couple of plays and he just looked like he was in a good space. I mean, this is his second year coming back. The kid out of Auburn. His buddy, his running mate, DJ James, didn't make it. That was long. Actually, he got cut at the beginning of last year, right? So, I mean, I think, but the emphasis on this defense really isn't on the corners on the outside or necessarily the inside backer depth. I mean, it just seems like they've always been able to get by. And like you said, every once in a while you'll see only one linebacker out there anyway, and that's going to be Ernest Jones. So I think they're okay. I'm okay with that. But it's just one of those where you're like that. And obviously center. You've got a couple of guys there, and maybe if they're not impressed after a couple of weeks, I think for sure Mike's not going to make any kind of move with the offensive line or declare anything until he's seen him for maybe a week or two in pads. That's a big thing with Mike. I love that. And I just remember Pete always positive, and this was part of it, but he'd always say, well, you can get a pretty good look on guys out there when they're just how they move and everything. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm more with McDonald. You've got to see them hit. And that will be. But as far as the depth goes on the interior part, the only thing I would worry about is center. If those two guys don't work out, you don't really have anywhere else to go.
Yeah. So, center, I guess, would be on offense. What's interesting is that when we're talking about cornerback, and we know that Jair Alexander had just gotten released. So ESPN, at the start of this week, they put out their list of best remaining free agents. Still, at this point in the offseason, there are some big names out there. What surprised me is that most of these guys are cornerbacks. So I wonder if the asking price is too high. So Rasul Douglas is their best remaining free agent. Number 3 overall is Asante Samuel Jr., and then Mike Hilton. So those are 3 cornerbacks. This list came out before Alexander was released. So you're talking about 4 cornerbacks out of all these guys out there. For reference, so Amari Cooper is their second best remaining free agent. Don't need a receiver, but just some big names. And I wonder what the signing prices will be like, what that final going rate will be like for all these guys, because I would expect the Seahawks to be in on a number of them, but whether they actually, commit and pull the trigger on a contract here or there, it'll be interesting to track that and see what those final prices end up being. But certainly something to watch, because there's nothing on field to watch until July 23rd for the Seahawks. So until then, we'll monitor and we'll see what happens free agency-wise with some of these cornerbacks. But up next, it is, an award-winning segment, a popular segment. Matt enjoys the chance to be involved in this show a little more.
It just means more work for Matt.
Yeah,
he doesn't care.
More stuff.
More stuff for Matt coming up. We'll find out what we learned here on Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Bump and Stacy.
Joined right now by Seahawks wide receiver Cooper Kupp, which still feels kind of weird for me to say. Does it feel weird to hear still?
Yeah, I'm getting used to it.
How would you describe this group as far as the potential of this squad?
I think the thing that's really cool is we got guys that can do everything. Hey, I can be involved in the run game. I can be involved in the third level of the defense. I can attack. So when you have guys that can do everything, it makes it really cool to be able to move guys around and be able to say, hey, look, you don't know where it's going to be coming from.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
The secret's out on what Western Washington dads want for Father's Day. A beautiful green lawn that they don't have to mow or water. One they can use to host, play with their kids, and even practice chipping. Synthetic Turf Northwest has your solution. Low-maintenance lawns they'll install anywhere in Western Washington. Take advantage of their Father's Day sale for up to $1,500 off a new lawn. Perfectly installed through June. Synthetic Turf Northwest, your green lawn solution. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and great news this August. Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Yes, the hotel is finally opening. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience at snocasino.com. Breathtaking views of the Cascades in Snoqualmie Valley, an expanded non-smoking gaming floor, awesome destination spa, a 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, and yes, new food venues, restaurants as well. You can book at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
LeeJohnson.com is a dynamic research tool.
We want to give the customer enough information to where they don't have to go anywhere else to research any of the questions they have. And if they want more information, we'd love to be there to help. We don't want them to feel like they're dependent on emailing us or texting us or calling us just to get the information they need. So we put it all out there. We call them digital retailing tools. big fancy calculators where you can get in there and change the terms and change the payments and change the cash down. And it'll give you a disclosure of, hey, when you do this, this means here. And a consumer can get on there and do a lot of this themselves. And then if they choose to get us involved, we can actually get involved on the backside of it and help them along the way. We want to give the consumer the same tools that we have and let them understand what we understand.
Yup, that's pretty much what you'd expect. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This is a house of learned doctors.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
What did we learn today?
No one's a bigger idiot than me.
Stupidity is the easiest way out.
We'll figure it out, Dave. We got some technical discussions happening back here. Before we learn things, we're trying to learn our text line, the intricacies of 866-979-3776.
I don't think that's ever going to happen.
No, I know. But if you ever text in, that is the number. And we'll look at it right now.
866-979-3776.
Yes, we need you to text in tomorrow for mean texts. So we will certainly get to those. But today, we have to get to what we learned. So, Matt, what did we learn?
Well, we learned that no one wants to talk to Paul.
I was starting to take it a little personal because Ryan Roland Smith one time was on right before I was about to do this segment. He left, and I was excited about Brady because I was going to talk some golf with him. It was a golf tournament, and he and I have always wanted to play together, and we haven't. And I had a couple questions for him, and, I don't know. I'm not going to take it personal, but it feels personal.
I think you took it personal.
Yeah, I asked Brady to stick around. He had better things to do.
Yeah, he did not seem like he was
going to see his girlfriend. I mean, Moyer. I mean, come on. It's not even close.
And you're right, though. And then I think we took it kind of personally that Paul wasn't excited to talk to us.
Well, Paul did he get his, I guess he got the big intro that Bob taped, right?
Well, that will always play, but then Bob adds to it. So then Bob gives him an even better intro on top of that intro. So I think Paul's gotten a little used to that, Paul does buff him up a little bit.
He gets enough.
Yeah.
He's fine.
All right.
He'll be okay.
What else did we learn?
Well, we also learned that Paul is doing everything he can to end the Mariners' slump.
We've tried it all, man. I've changed socks. I've parted my hair the other way. That's hard to do, by the way. I brush left-handed right now. That's, if you've ever done it when you're right-handed the whole time, not easy. So I'm doing a lot of things, man. Desperate times, desperate measures. We're doing it all.
I remember me and this guy at when I was in high school, we were going to have a contest to see who could develop their left hand faster. It was obviously sitting in class, just looking for something to do other than listen to the teacher or whatever. You ever tried that?
Oh, it's really hard.
I mean,
to write or just do anything left-handed?
Yeah, anything left-handed, really. Yeah. But I mean, especially like, writing. I mean, it's just, I remember there was a tackle with the Philadelphia Eagles, and somebody asked him, he went to Wazoo, I can't remember his name. But anyway, somebody asked him about going from left to right, and he's like, he asked one of the writers, are you left-handed or right-handed? And he goes, right-handed. He goes, imagine writing an article left-handed. I'm like, it's that bad? Because I can only scribble with my left hand.
Yeah, but you can only scribble with your right hand.
That's
you don't
actually
like my penmanship?
My handwriting is awful. You would make fun of it, and rightfully so.
Yeah.
So that's why I went to a talking business. I don't have to write.
My wife insists that she has good penmanship, and it's awful. I can never read it. She's like, no, clearly it's this. But you know what? Stacy is like a stenographer. I mean, it's ridiculous. Hers is like beautiful.
Not offhanded, though. We got to see how she writes offhanded with her non-dominant hand. So we'll
probably
see.
Still better.
Yeah, probably still better. I'll tell you what is difficult, and I've tried. One thing we have tried to just throw a football. Baseball, it's a little easier, just a small round ball. But to throw a football, and I will sit there and kind of mimic the exact same form. It's down by heart. You have it down pat. To throw a spiral, the motion, everything. Try to repeat that. And it's a repeatable motion with your offhand, and it feels so foreign and uncomfortable, and I cannot get it to feel natural. It just looks like a child throwing a ball for the first time, or 50 Cent throwing out the first pitch where it went askew and didn't come close at all. That is the hardest thing, I think, to do offhanded.
As opposed to throwing with your right hand. Golden spiral every time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you can slip that in there. Like, wait, you're throwing like John Elway passes with that right hand?
I can throw a football.
You can spin it? All right.
Not
all
like
right.
anyone good, but I can spin it enough to be a good quarterback when we play like football on the beach.
Yeah. I would say like swinging a bat maybe would.
That does feel weird too.
Yeah, but it might be one of the easier things. I'm not saying it's easy to hit.
You wouldn't do it well.
Hitter.
You'd get it out there.
Yeah,
like
but I mean, it
awkwardly
wouldn't
like
look as bad as you throwing left-handed. If I were to throw left-handed, I would look like my 2-year-old
new video idea.
Grandson.
New video idea coming to the Wyman and Bob YouTube page. Let's all throw with our offhands.
Yeah. Wow.
What do you think about that?
Oh, I think
for hilarity's sake.
That would probably get 30, 40 views, maybe.
I'm going to be sick that day. Sorry.
I feel like you would love it. You'd get to laugh at us.
I'd get to laugh at you. I mean, I do that anyway.
Yeah,
I don't need a special video to do that.
That's every day. All right. Well, fine. What else did we learn?
We also learned why Brady fits in so well on this show.
There is kind of a downside to that where you get on the golf course now and I'm going to sound like the oldest guy right now, like get off my lawn, but it's just a lot of knuckleheads out there who don't really, like they picked up golf, but they never really learned the decorum. And so they're, blasting their crappy music and all that, but
picking up your golf ball and things like that.
Yeah. It's really the music. And again, I don't mean to sound like just the old fart here, but turn your music down on a golf course. You can listen to music without subjecting person on the next hole to your music. So
yeah, see, I mean, I do think it's an old man thing because he's been around here for a long time, and I bet you 10 years ago Brady wouldn't have minded too much.
And then he fills in a couple of times. Now he sits in on this show.
He's just an old man.
The complaints settle in. It's just part of being in this show. Like, things start to agitate and annoy you, and you have to complain about them.
Yeah, most golf courses have a marshal, right? That goes around and zips around and makes sure everybody's playing up to speed. I mean, not the ones I golf at, but I go to the crap holes everywhere, and I like it that way. But I mean, most places they have a marshal that goes around and like if somebody's doing something wrong, they'll tell them, shut it down.
Yeah, but that's a lot of ground to cover, and I don't know if he's constantly zipping around. Plus, the music is probably fine. It's probably a little loud, but it's obviously not unacceptable enough that it has to be cracked down upon.
Well, if they have a marshal and he's out on a golf course, he's going to hear it if it's as loud as Brady said. So those would be the easiest people to find.
But that's why I feel like it's not as loud as Brady thinks it is. And
maybe
he's just being an old man complaining.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I wouldn't be a good golfer, but you know what? I think I'd be a good marshal. I could go around and yell at people, tell them to stop doing that.
Yeah,
I think that'd be a great job.
And you'd get to drive a golf cart around all day.
Oh, and I do love driving a golf cart. There we go.
I just thought about that. You get to sit and kind of listen to your music or your own things. You wouldn't have to interact with a lot of people except to yell at them. You get to be by yourself. We got the perfect job for Matt.
That sounds like heaven.
Lighthouse monitor and golf cart marshal.
So you have to like driving a golf cart, and you have to be kind of grumpy. Yeah. That's a perfect job for you.
Perfect. You got to wake up early in the morning, so there you go. That works. Those early tea times, you got to make sure everyone's keeping to business. So we got the job for Matt Nelson. We got a long list of careers for you.
Yeah, 2.
Lighthouse. Yeah,
what a long list.
You have a career right here. So
I have a job right here.
You have a job right here. So you have alternative
Let's
options.
make sure. No career. Nobody's talking career here.
All right. Well, we learned that Brady was grumpy. We learned all that stuff. So a lot of good learning today. You did hear a little bit from our conversation with Paul Moyer. And I'm sorry, Paul, you're not going to get as grand of an introduction, but we're going to talk to him plenty about the Seahawks and the Mariners. That's all up next here on Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
What have you been hearing about this new Seahawks offense, Brock?
Just the entire group, Salk. They're fit. And this isn't just the eyeball test. And this isn't just, I'm in the best shape of my life, right? They wear the catapult systems. They spend all the money and all the resources. And they know. And this team has been is diligent in their work over the last 3 months as any team here that they can remember.
Every day at 7:45, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Calling all contractors and equipment operators. The James G. Murphy Auction Company rolls out this month one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the block, find an incredible collection of heavy equipment, contractors' equipment, and vehicles, like a 2004 John Deere 400C rock truck, a 2010 John Deere 450D LC excavator, a 2001 John Deere 650H LT dozer, and a 2014 Kenworth T800. In contractors' equipment, we have attachments, live edge and dimensional lumber, contractor tools, even a wheel wash system, and much more up for bid. Whether you're building roads, moving earth, or running a construction outfit, we got what you need. Bidding is underway now and closes at 10 a.m. June 19th. Preview all items June 17th and 18th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our location in Marysville, 3803 136th Street Northeast. For pictures and details of all items, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GREEN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for 23 years. Olympic Series windows are offered exclusively by Harley Exteriors, manufactured right here in Washington, specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. This is the window you want. It looks absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and these windows last up to 60 years. They're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help your resale and home value. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. And this June, buy 3 windows and get 1 free, plus an additional $200 off your entire project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more in the Puget Sound. Call 8-333-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This is the moment many wait for.
The most entertaining.
A man of wisdom. A man of experience, Dave.
The most informative.
To bring light to a dark subject. To bring positivity to a negative world.
The incredible Paul Moyer.
Moyer out.
You know, I did wonder, Dave. I did wonder if this man would join us today. Paul Moyer is with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, but no flowing introduction. We can't do it as well as Bob. We're not going to do it. And Brady Henderson has deserted us before Paul comes on. So
well,
Paul,
hopefully
you're stuck with us.
Hopefully he didn't hear what I did right before we brought